Reggae skank over thumping bass, echo chants like Marlin's call. Slow build to revolutionary fire, horn stabbing the light. Get up, stand up for your rights. Fuck the fraud. Get up, stand up for the truth, for the fight. Expose the devil's crew, hiding in the steeple, touching little lambs while the choir's in the heeple. Cross on your neck, swastika in your heart, building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice bands rolling deep in the midnight rain, snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You quote the good book but twist it for your gain. Billionaire donors funding your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo glow. From the pulpit to the border, let the real fire show. Fake for Christians, stand up, head of loving Nazis. Fight back, hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian, rise up, head of loving Nazis. Burn down, raids on the borders, kids in the cage. Fake for Christians, fuck up, head of loving Nazis. Terror lights in the pews, pitting us against us. We ain't praying no more. Get up, stand up, crush, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up, all bright boys with torchlight, preaching purity rings while protecting the night frights. Family values, frauds, covering tracks and confession. I see youth in the basement, sealing dark obsession. Orange idol tweeting from his golden throne. God getting ghosted while your empire's overthrown. Undocumented fire burning through the lies, from the sweat in your steeple to the tears in their eyes. No more turning cheeks, we flipping the holy script. Revolution in the rhyme, watch the whole damn ship slip. Billionaire Gestapo, your time's running dry. We the flood, rising wave, goodbye to the sky. One love, now one fight. Revolution. Fake for Christians, stand up, head of loving Nazis. Fight back, hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian, rise up, head of loving Nazis. Burn down, raids on the borders, kids in the cage. Fake for Christians, head of loving Nazis. Terror lights in the pews, pitting us against us. We ain't praying no more. Get up, stand up, crush, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Fake for Christians, pedo-loving Nazis. Your time's up, Babylon. Revolution now. Yeah, stand up for the truth. Fuck the fright more.
God damn.
Fake for Christian.
Song goes out to all you MAGA.
Get up, stand up, parody.
All you MAGA out there. All you MAGA fake
Get
fuck
up,
Christians,
stand up.
pedo-loving Nazis.
Stand up for the truth.
That's right, boys, girls. Stand up for the
Don't
truth.
give up the fight.
Don't give up the fight. Get out and
Expose the
protest.
devil's crew.
We're gonna beat these fucking fake fuck Christians.
Get up, stand up. Don't be no fake fuck Christian, preaching love on Sunday, praying in the kitchen. Pedo-loving Nazi, hiding in the steeple, touching little lambs while the choir's in a heeple. Cross on your neck, swastika in your heart, building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice vans rolling deep in the midnight rain, snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You quote the good book but twist it for your gain. Billionaire donors funding your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo glow. From the pulpit to the border, let the real fire show. Fake for Christians, stand up, they're loving Nazis. Fight back, hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck
Americans, fake Christians, you're just cult members. That's all you are, cult members. Angry, hateful.
Get up, stand up, crush, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight.
That's right.
Get up, stand up. All right, boys with torchlight, preaching purity rings while protecting the night frights. Family values, frauds, covering tracks in confession. Nazi youth in the basement, sealing dark obsession. Orange idol tweeting from his golden throne. God getting ghosted by your empire's overthrown. Undocumented fire.
I lost connection on the other stream, so I fired up a new one. Trying to get that. I'm trying to bait it for these fake fuck Christians. People loving Nazis come in here. Thanks for. I don't know if that other stream has ended. So the Christian. I love that Sleepy Dawn. You know the Sleepy Dawn? Sleepy Dawn. Hold on. There you go. There you go. There you go. I pinned it. Reggae, style, kettle drums, party, atmosphere. My son just called me. All right, I'll be right back.
Free stuff.
Odds, man. Odds, man.
Fuck the man.
Stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Expose the opiates, call me cruel. Get up, stand up, out of range. Don't be no fake for Christian. Preaching love on Sunday, praying in the kitchen. Pedo loving Nazi, hiding in the steeple, touching little lambs while the choir's in a heaple. Cross on your neck, swastika in your heart, building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice vans rolling deep in the midnight raid, snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You quote the good book, but twisted for your gain. Billionaire donors funding your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo. Glow from the pulpit to the border, let the real fire show. Faithful Christian, little loving masses.
What happened? Seemed like it.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Fuck the MAGA frauds, man.
Fuck the MAGA fraud, man.
Get up, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Expose the opiates, call me cruel. Get up, stand up, out of range. Get up, out of Don't be no fake for Christian. Preaching love on Sunday, praying in the kitchen. Pedo loving Nazi, hiding in the steeple, touching little lambs while the choir's in a heaple. Cross on your neck, swastika in your heart, building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice vans rolling deep in the midnight raid, snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You quote the good book, but twisted for your gain. Billionaire donors funding your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo. Glow from the pulpit to the border, let the real fire show. Faithful Christian, pedo loving Nazi, fight back. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian.
See that it cuts off there, right? That's a shame.
Get up, stand up.
What happens there? What happens?
Stand up for your right. Fuck the MAGA frauds, man. Get up, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Expose the opiates, call me cruel. Get up, stand up, out of range. Get up, out of Don't be no fake for Christian. Preaching love on Sunday, praying in the kitchen. Pedo loving Nazi, hiding in the steeple, touching little lambs while the choir's in a heaple. Cross on your neck, swastika in your heart, building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice vans rolling deep in the midnight raid, snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You quote the good book, but twisted for your gain. Billionaire donors funding your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo. Glow from the pulpit to the border, let the real fire show. Faithful Christian, pedo loving Nazi, fight back. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian.
See, it wants to continue there. Where's that? Where is that?
Get up, stand up for your right. Fuck the MAGA frauds, man. Get up, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Expose the opiates, call me cruel. Get up, stand up, out of range. Get up, out of Don't be no fake for Christian. Preaching love on Sunday, praying in the kitchen. Pedo loving Nazi, hiding in the steeple. Touching little lambs while the choir's in a heeple. Cross on your neck, swastika in your heart. Building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice vans rolling deep in the midnight raid. Snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You quote the good book, but twist it for your gain. Billionaire donors funding your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo. Glow from the pulpit to the border. Let the real fire show. Fake for Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Fuck the MAGA frauds, man. Get up, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Expose the opiates, call me cruel. Get up, stand up, out of range. Get up, out of the Don't be no fake for Christian. Preaching love on Sunday, praying in the kitchen. Pedo loving Nazi, hiding in the steeple. Touching little lambs while the choir's in a heeple. Cross on your neck, swastika in your heart. Building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice vans rolling deep in the midnight raid. Snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You quote the good book, but twist it for your gain. Billionaire donors funding your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo. Glow from the pulpit to the border. Let the real fire show. Fake for Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian.
It should continue there.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Fuck the MAGA frauds, man. Get up, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Expose the opiates, call me cruel. Get up, stand up, out of range. Get up, out of the Don't be no fake for Christian. Preaching love on Sunday, praying in the kitchen. Pedo loving Nazi, hiding in the steeple. Touching little lambs while the choir's in a heeple. Cross on your neck, swastika in your heart. Building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice vans rolling deep in the midnight raid. Snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You quote the good book, but twist it for your gain. Billionaire donors funding your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo. Glow from the pulpit to the border. Let the real fire show. Fake for Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian.
That's weird there, right there. It wants to continue.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Fuck the MAGA frauds, man. Get up, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Expose the opiates, call me cruel. Get up, stand up, out of range. Get up, out of the Don't be no fake for Christian. Preaching love on Sunday, praying in the kitchen. Pedo loving Nazi, hiding in the steeple. Touching little lambs while the choir's in a heeple. Cross on your neck, swastika swastika in your heart, building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice vans rolling deep in the midnight raid, snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You quote the good book, but twist it for your gain. Billionaire donors funding your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo. Glow from the pulpit to the border, let the real fire show. Your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian. Rise up, peddle loving Nazi. Burn down. Raids on the borders, kids in the KG. Fake fuck Christian. Peddle loving Nazi. The lights in the pews, pitting us against us. We ain't praying no more. Get up, stand up, crush. Stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Torchlight, preaching purity rings while protecting the night frights. Family values, frauds, covering tracks in confession. Nazi youth in the basement, stealing dark obsession. Orange idol tweeting from his golden throne. God getting ghosted while your empire's overthrown. Undocumented fire burning through the lies, from the sweat in your steeple to the tears in their eyes. No more turning cheeks, we flipping the holy script. Revolution in the rhyme, watch the whole damn ship slip. Billionaire Gestapo, your time's running dry. We the flood rise and wave goodbye to the sky. One love, now one fight. Our revolution, fuck up vision. Fake for Christian, stand up, peddle loving Nazi. Fight back, hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian, rise up, peddle loving Nazi. Burn down. Raids on the borders, kids in the KG. Fake for Christian, peddle loving Nazi. Tearing lights in the pews, pitting us against us. We ain't praying no more. Get up, stand up, crush, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Fake for Christian, stand up, peddle loving.
Let's see what the second one's like.
Get up, stand up for your rights. Fuck the MAGA frauds, man. Get up, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight, expose the just call me cruel. Get up, stand up, don't be no fake fuck Christian. Preaching love on Sunday, praying in the kitchen. Peddle loving Nazi, hiding in the steeple. Touching little lambs while the choir's in the heepo. Cross on your neck, swastika in your heart. Building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice vans rolling deep in the midnight raid, snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. Quote the good book, but twist it for your gain. Billionaire donors funding your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo. Glow from the pulpit to the border, let the real fire show. Fake torchlight. Purity rings while protecting the night frights. Family values covering tracks and confession. Nazi youth in the basement.
Song makes me laugh.
Dark obsession. Orange idol tweeting from his
Music
golden
makes me
throne.
happy.
Getting ghosted while your empire's overthrown. Undocumented fire burning through the lies. From the sweat in your steeple to the tears in their eyes. No more turning cheeks, we flipping the holy script. Revolution in the rhyme, watch the whole damn ship slip. Billionaire Gestapo, your time's running dry. We the flood rise and wave goodbye to the sky. One love, now one fight. Irie revolution. Fake for Christian, stand up. Pedo loving Nazi, fight back. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian, rise up. Pedo loving Nazi, burn down. Raids on the borders, kids in the cage. Fake for Christian, fuck up. Pedo loving Nazi, terror lights in the pews, pitting us against us. We ain't praying no more. Get up, stand up, crush, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Fake with the braille star. Stand up, pedo loving Nazi. Oh, your time's up. Babylon, revolution now. Get up, stand up. Yeah, stand up for the truth.
Fake for Christian.
Get up, stand up, parody.
Reggae skank over thumping bass. Echo chants like Marley's righteous call.
Slow build to revolutionary fire. Horn stabbing the light. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Fuck the frauds, mom. Get up, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Expose the devil's crew. Hiding in the steeple, touching little lambs while the choir's in the heeple. Cross on your neck, swastika in your heart. Building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice bands rolling deep in the midnight rain. Snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You quote the good book but twist it for your gain. Billionaire donors funding your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo glow. From the pulpit to the border, let the real fire show. Fake for Christian, stand up. Pedo loving Nazi, fight back. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian, rise up. Pedo loving Nazi, burn down. Raids on the borders, kids in the cage. Fake for Christian, fuck up. Pedo loving Nazi, terror lights in the pews, pitting us against us. We ain't praying no more. Get up, stand up, crush, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up, all bright boys with torchlight, preaching purity rings while protecting the night frights. Family values, frauds covering tracks and confession. Nazi youth in the basement, sealing dark obsession. Orange idol tweeting from his golden throne. God getting ghosted while your empire's overthrown. Undocumented fire burning through the lies. From the sweat in your steeple to the tears in their eyes. No more turning cheeks, we flipping the holy script. Revolution in the rhyme, watch the whole damn ship slip. Billionaire Gestapo, your time's running dry. We the flood rise and wave goodbye to the sky. One love, now one fight. Our revolution. Fake for Christian, stand up. Pedo loving Nazi, fight back. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian, rise up. Pedo loving Nazi, burn down. Raids on the borders, kids in the cage. Fake for Christian, pedo loving Nazi, terror lights in the pews, pitting us against us. We ain't praying no more. Get up, stand Your time's up, Babylon. Revolution now. Yeah, stand up for the truth. Fuck the fright more. Fake fuck Christian. Get up, stand up, parody. Get up, stand up. Stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Expose the devil's crew. Get up, stand up. Don't be no fake fuck Christian. Preaching love on Sunday, praying in the kitchen. Peddle loving Nazi, hiding in the steeple, touching little lambs while the choir's in a heap. Cross on your neck, swastika in your heart, building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice vans rolling deep in the midnight rain, snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You quote the good book but twist it for your gain. Billionaire donors funding your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo glow. From the pulpit to the border, let the real fire show. Fake fuck Christian, stand up, and a loving Nazi, fight back. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian, rise up, and a loving Nazi, burn down. Raids on the borders, kids in the cage. Fake fuck Christian, and a loving Nazi, tear it. Lights in the booth, pitting us against us. We ain't praying no more. Get up, stand up, crush, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Hey, get up, stand up. All right, boys with torchlight, preaching purity rings while protecting the night frights. Family values frauds, covering tracks in confession. Nazi youth in the basement, sealing dark obsession. On idle tweeting from his golden throne. God getting ghosted while your empire's overthrown. Undocumented fire burning through the lies, from the sweat in your steeple to the tears in their eyes. No more turning cheeks, we flipping the holy script. Revolution in the rhyme, watch the whole damn ship slip. Billionaire Gestapo, your time's running dry. We the flood rising, wave goodbye to the sky. Fake fuck Christian, stand up, and a loving Nazi, fight back. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian, rise up, and a loving Nazi, burn down. Raids on the borders, kids in the cage. Fake fuck Christian, and a loving Nazi, terrorist. Lights in the pews, pitting us against us. We ain't praying no more. Get up, stand up, crush, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Fake fuck Christian, peddle loving Nazi. Your time's up, Babylon. Revolution now. Yeah, stand up for the truth. Fake fuck Christian. Fake fuck Christian. Get up, stand up, parody. Get up, stand up. Stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Expose the devil's crew. Get up, stand up. Don't be no fake fuck Christian. Preaching love on Sunday, praying in the kitchen. Little loving Nazi, hiding in the steeple, touching little lambs while the choir's in a heap. Cross on your neck, swastika in your heart, building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice vans rolling deep in the midnight rain, snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You quote the good book but twist it for your gain. Billionaire donors funding your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Gestapo glow. From the pulpit to the border, let the real fire show. Fake fuck Christian, stand up, and a loving Nazi, fight back. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian, rise up, and a loving Nazi, burn down. Raids on the borders, kids in the KG. Fake fuck Christian, and a loving Nazi, tear it. Lights in the pews, pitting us against us. We ain't praying no more. Get up, stand up, crush, stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Hey, get up, stand up. All the right boys with torchlight, preaching purity rings while protecting the night price. Family values, frauds, covering tracks in confession. Nazi youth in the basement, sealing dark obsession. Orange idol tweeting from his golden throne. God getting ghosted while your empire's overthrown. Undocumented fire burning through the lies, from the sweat in your steeple to the tears in their eyes. No more turning cheeks, we flipping the holy script. Revolution in the rhyme, watch the whole damn ship slip. Billionaire Gestapo, your time's running dry. We the flood rising, wave goodbye to the sky. Fake fuck Christian, stand up, and a loving Nazi, fight back. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian.
Let's see what comes out as goth. Here we're gonna do goth. 80s goth. Here we go.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right.
It sounds like Peter Murphy.
Fuck the MAGA frauds, man. Get up, stand
Sounds
up.
like Peter Murphy.
Stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight. Expose the opus. Call me cruel. Get up, stand up. Get up, stand up, don't be no fake fuck Christian. Preaching love on Sunday, praying in the kitchen. Pedal loving Nazi, hiding in the steeple, touching little lambs while the choir's in a heap. Cross on your neck, swastika in your heart, building walls of hate, tearing families apart. Ice vans rolling deep in the midnight raid, snatching dreams from the street, leaving babies afraid. You quote the good book, but twist it for your gain. Billionaire donors funding your holy pain. Get up, stand up, call out the Nazi, ask to stop a glow. From the pulpit to the border, let the real fire show. Fake for Christian, hell loving Nazi, hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian.
They were down. Let's go. How much was it?
Get up, stand up, all the right bulls with torchlight, preaching purity, while protecting the night rights, family values, flaws, covering tracks of confession. Nazi youth in the basement, sealing dark obsession. Orange idol tweeting from his golden throne at 3 a.m. God getting ghosted while your constitution is overthrown.
Where are we going? Pharmacy?
Burning through the lies, from the sweat in your steeple to the tears in their eyes. No more turning.
Have you ever seen like a dad get in trouble from their kid for playing music too loud? Welcome to Japan. What can you do?
We the flood rising, we goodbye to the sky.
Where am I gonna park?
Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting trashy. Fuck the fake Christian, battle of a Nazi. Reds on the borders, kids in the cage, fake fuck Christian.
Up there.
The lights in the pews pitting us against us. We ain't praying no more. Get up, stand up, cause stand up for the truth. Don't give up the fight.
You need money for this? At the end, in case you need the money.
Fake fuck Christian, fatal loving Nazi. Your time's up, Babylon revolution now.
That'll work.
Yeah, stand up.
The goth 80s goth music doesn't work. See the second one. This one's going in the trash. See what this one sounds like.
Get up, stand up. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Fuck the MAGA frauds, mom. Get up, stand up. Stand up for the truth.
He's angry.
Don't give up the fight. Expose the opus called me crew.
Let's play the playlist.
Get up, stand up,
We got 30 songs now.
stand up for.
Get up, stand up.
Why is this one on here?
Stand up for your rights. Fuck the MAGA frauds, mom.
What is that one?
Yo, got you. Let's crank this up to straight YGFDT. That raw West Coast bounce. Repetitive chin hooks that hit like fit versus slicing through the bullshit with zero chill. We're talking fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. As the ultimate diss track on hypocrite, holy rollers, child praying robes, and swastika waving enablers, pounding 808, snarling delivery, crowd scream.
Cold cap, all fire.
Here's the full track.
Yeah, fuck the frauds.
They pray in the pews, but pray in the dark. Cross on the neck, devil in the heart. Ice jack boots marching, Gestapo glow up. Undocumented dreams getting stomped in the mud. Time to call it out.
Fake fuck Christian, fake fuck Christian.
Pedo loving Nazi, hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting flashy.
Fuck the fake Christian.
Pedo loving Nazi, raids on the borders, kids in the trash heap.
Fake fuck Christian.
Pedo loving Nazi, burn it down in the pulpit. Time that we're supposed to gas.
Fake fuck Christian.
Pedo loving Nazi, we ain't praying no more. We rise and we crash. Yo, collar popping, preach with the devil's grin. Sermon on Sunday, sins on the weekend spin. Touching little lambs while the choir sings hallelujah. Then tweeting by borders like a border collie. Heard a ice roll deep, vans black as midnight raid. Snatching mamas at dawn, leaving babies in the shade. You quote Leviticus, but of Leviticus lies. Pedo paradise behind them stained glass eyes. Nazi flags waving at the mega church rally. Build a wall chance while they building body tally. And your golden steeple, now you call them demons. Man, that's straight up evil. Fuck your tax, fuck your holy waterfront. With a flood coming, your heart's getting sunk. Fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting flashy. Fuck the fake Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Raids on the borders, kids in the trash heap. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi.
I got such good kids. What are you doing playing the music so loud?
Pedo loving Nazi. We ain't praying no more. We rise and we crashing. All right, altar boys with the tiki torch flags, preaching purity. Why they protecting the preds? Family values my ass. It's a family of frauds covering tracks like confessional broads. ICE agents praying before the dawn. Sweet cuffing dreams in the street, making grandmas weep. You love the orange idol, tweeting from the throne, but your God's getting ghosted when the truth gets shown. Pedo rings ringing like a collection plate. Nazi youth groups in the basement, sealing fate. We undocumented, but our fire's undocumented too. Burning through the hypocrisy.
I gotta do a picture of the jumper cable. Ask in Japanese. Your father needs the jumper cables, correct? He just called me.
Alright. That's all free.
All freeze. Hear that, guys?
Here. Alright, you keep it.
Oh, so. You want to go get lunch somewhere?
Yeah, let's go.
What do you want to do? Tomato onion or something?
Nah, I don't want to get everyone getting sick.
So what do you want to do? Just go buy McDonald's?
Yeah. Let's get Mikey's lunch too.
Message him. What does he want? So you don't, it's not the flu, it's not the cold. What the hell is it then?
Maybe some virus or something. Or
New influenza. It's new, you got a new breed.
maybe.
Let's see where we're going left. So he doesn't have COVID. He doesn't have the flu, but he's got all nose cold. It's just a cold, I guess. Just do my, I've got my walk thing going. You need to do that. Do that every, you know. I gotta run. Actually, I have to drop you off. I had to run, drop this thing off at there. Run to Fukui. Oh, great. This car's gonna try to go. Let me get out here. Let me just go out here.
Is that illegal?
What?
Is that illegal?
What is?
That
What?
you do it? Yeah.
Sure. There's a stop sign right here. I was trying to turn in. That car was turning into there. I was getting out of the way for it. A little bit of aggressive driving, but they were turning right. I was just getting out of the way. They were trying to figure out what I was going to do, so helped them out by moving first. I know Joe wants to see some driving. Some driving for Joe. Affirmative. Dude, what do you mean? What's up, Ed? Good to see you guys. Good to see everyone in chat. Just a couple of, we're being muted. There's more than, put one in chat if you're in chat. Put one. Type one in chat. You can see that we're being shadow banned by YouTube. Put one in chat if you're in chat, active in chat. Put one. I'm just curious how many people are in chat. No one's in chat. One, there's one. Joe's in chat. Two, Rhonda's in chat. Hey Rhonda. Affirmative, that's three. Affirmatives in chat. I guess the other three are 0102s snooping in on us. Is that eyes? Is Ice watching? there, Ed. Not even going to respond to James. You're no better than a fucking mag. What did James do? What's going on here? Why is there a fight? But you have... Yeah, what's going on? Come on, boys. We don't need to be fighting. I know there's no MAGA in here for us to fight. James ain't MAGA. Ed... James Carrington. Make sure I have filters, all messages. Or I put all messages on now. Oh, there's Joe King, Maggot Sting. What's up, Joe? I didn't see you. Dude, you've been in a lot. You're all your messages, Joe King. Hey, Joe King. Look, all your messages. This is the first time I've known Joe King was in here. You've been here a lot, Joe King. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. I see you, Joe. Hi.
What a big man.
ビッグマックのセットでビッグマック
Big Mac セット。
はいでドリンクスプライトの氷抜き
スプライト氷抜き。
あ違う
違う。スプライト氷抜き。
あとナゲットの15ピース1つと三角チョコパイのティラミス味1つあでナゲットソースバーベキュー1つとあ違うあとマスタード2つで以上でお願いします。言わんもん。
トリプ
あ、すいません。
トリプルチーズバーガー、トリプル
Just
セットで
Just speak in English.
コーラで L サイズポテト L サイズ
あ、ビッグマックのポテトも L サイズでお願いします。はい、大丈夫です。
トリプルチーズバーガー単品で
Why? Who? Mikey doesn't want it.
He doesn't want it?
No.
What does he want?
Just a nugget.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
結構です。はい。
大丈夫です。
He doesn't. Oh, he's still sick. Yeah, we're just a small channel again. Once upon a time, we were like the hit. We would have like 800 people in here, all raging. I guess you guys murdered the. I think the MAGA community you guys smashed the shit. You MAGA smashed the shit out of the. And change 600. What was it? 600.
600.
Right.
What is that? Why are you letting them just 100?
Huh? Oh, because you want the 500? I got chain snipers. Why did you give him this? Why did you give him the 500? Should just give him the 100 so I get an extra 100 in there.
なんたらラスターさん。
はい。はい、ありがとう。That's right. Let's see what's going on in the news. Let's see what's going on in the news.
Zero provocation.
Attorney Greg Jackson is representing Carlos Jimenez, who was shot by federal agents 2 weeks ago when they claim he tried to run them over with his car. Jackson saying it didn't go down like that at all. He says Jimenez was on his way to work in a nearby food pantry in Ontario when he passed the location where ICE agents were conducting a traffic stop on another vehicle.
He stopped to let them know because the detention was happening right next to a bus stop, and it's early in the morning, around 6:40ish, and Mr. Jimenez knows that there is a lot of kids that go to school on that bus stop and that we're going to be there soon. The male officer that was right next to his vehicle immediately told him to get the F out of here and had his gun drawn and pointed at Mr. Jimenez's face. Mr. Jimenez, of course, is scared by that and says, are you really going to shoot an American citizen over nothing? The officer holsters his gun and pulls out his pepper spray and starts shaking it.
Jackson says because of how the ICE agents were parked, he needed to do a 3-point turn to leave.
To get past them, to follow the officer's instructions, Mr. Jimenez had to back up because if he had just pulled forward, he would have hit their vehicles. So he backs up and then he pulls forward. And after he's already started pulling forward is when he hears the gunshot and feels that he has been shot in the shoulder.
Jimenez then left the scene and went back to his home at an adjacent mobile home park, his wife then taking him to the hospital.
Did he ever get proper treatment for the gunshot wound?
No.
That's because Jackson says the FBI showed up at Riverside Community Hospital and took him into custody before he could be treated, taking him back to the scene to interrogate him.
He asked for treatment while he was being interrogated by the FBI. They provided him bags for him to vomit in. They had a medical triage person slap essentially a Band-Aid on him, but no actual treatment.
A judge later ordered Jimenez released on $10,000 bail with an ankle monitor. Jackson says it's the same federal judge that was overseeing another case in which ICE agents opened fire. That incident happening in San Bernardino, where he says agents boxed in another client of his, broke a window, punched him in the head, and fired at him as he was driving off. The government later dropped all charges in that case. As far as the Ontario incident, he says he's planning on filing a claim against the federal government in a few weeks.
He's a really sweet guy. He works full-time for a food pantry as a donation coordinator where he's worked for the past 2 to 3 years. He loves giving back to the community. He has had no desire
environmentally
to
friendly.
hurt anybody. And now it's just kind of
less
really
taste, less nice, but
it's not the first time that we've seen ICE agents shoot at people with little to zero provocation.
Attorney Greg Jackson is representing Carlos Jimenez, who was shot by federal agents 2 weeks ago when they claim he tried to run them over with his car. Jackson saying it didn't go down like that at all. He says Jimenez was on his way to work at a nearby food pantry in Ontario when he passed the location where ICE agents were conducting a traffic stop on another vehicle.
He stopped to let them know because the detention was happening right next to a bus stop, and it's early in the morning, around 6:40ish, and Mr. Jimenez knows that there is a lot of kids that go to school on that bus stop and that we're going to be there soon. The male officer that was right next to his vehicle immediately told him to get the F out of here and had his gun drawn and pointed at Mr. Jimenez's face. Mr. Jimenez, of course, is scared by that and says, are you really going to shoot an American citizen over nothing? The officer holsters his gun and pulls out his pepper spray and starts shaking it.
Jackson says because of how the ICE agents were parked, he needed to do a 3-point turn to leave.
To get past them, to follow the officer's instructions, Mr. Jimenez had to back up because if he had just pulled forward, he would have hit their vehicles. So he backs up and then he pulls forward. And after he's already started pulling forward is when he hears the gunshot and feels that he has been shot in the shoulder.
Jimenez then left the scene and went back to his home at an adjacent mobile home park, his wife then taking him to the hospital.
Did he ever get proper treatment for the gunshot wound?
No.
That's because Jackson says the FBI showed up at Riverside Community Hospital and took him into custody before he could be treated, taking him back to the scene to interrogate him.
He asked for treatment while he was being interrogated by the FBI. They provided him bags for him to vomit in. They had a medical triage person slap essentially a Band-Aid on him, but no actual treatment.
A judge later ordered Jimenez released on $10,000 bail with an ankle monitor. Jackson says it's the same federal judge that was overseeing another case in which ICE agents opened fire. That incident happening in San Bernardino, where he says agents boxed in another client of his, broke a window, punched him in the head, and then fired at him as he was driving off. The government later dropped all charges in that case. As far as the Ontario incident, he says he's planning on filing a claim against the federal government in a few weeks.
He's a really sweet guy. He works full-time for a food pantry as a donation coordinator where he's worked for the past 2 to 3 years. He loves giving back to the community. He has had no desire to hurt anybody, and now it's just kind of really shaken him. It's not the first time that we've seen ICE agents shoot at people with little to zero provocation.
Attorney Greg Jackson is representing Carlos Jimenez.
God wants to make a man powerful. He don't crown him first, he breaks him. First, he strips away your comfort, your pride, your plans, till all that's left is what's real.
How to find the perfect hairstyle for you. Just open the camera and let AI analyze your face, and in seconds, you'll see yourself rocking different hairstyles that actually suit you. Try it yourself. It's unreal. How to find the perfect hairstyle for you. Just open the camera and let AI analyze your face, and in seconds, you'll see yourself rocking different hairstyles that actually suit you. Try it yourself. It's unreal. How to find the perfect hairstyle for you.
Go to your
Just open the camera.
Your salon and say, hey, I want this style. What's up, JS? What's up there? Bud?
Just open the camera and let
my burger. I'll let you guys take it over. I'm gonna go. Is that yours or mine? Is that a Big Mac or is that a triple?
It's unreal.
Take this too. How? Here, hold on. Put it in the bag.
How to find the perfect hairstyle.
By drinking. I don't balance it out.
And let AI analyze your face, and in seconds, you'll see yourself rocking different hairstyles. Try it yourself. It's unreal.
Hey, Benja. How you doing, man?
How to find the perfect hairstyle for you. Just open the camera and let AI analyze your face.
Triple cheeseburger.
Yourself rocking different hairstyles that actually suit you. Try it yourself. It's unreal.
Let's listen to
Under Mudwater, and a lot of people ask, what is the difference between Mudwater and mushroom coffee? Well, it's actually pretty simple.
You have to have a certain kind of finesse and patience to be able to hold two contradictory truths in your head at the same time, which is to say that Jeffrey Epstein was a monster, but he had important things to say.
Would you do it all the same again? Do you have any regrets about this?
I have no regrets at all. I would do it exactly the same. This is the way it is done. Once more, I am the only one who has been shouting from the rooftops that the central issue here is Donald Trump's relationship to this monster.
Michael.
Joanna.
This Epstein story will not go away. It's just drenching everything. The entire country feels like it's come to a standstill.
Well, I just let me rush in to say, finally. I mean, this is a story that has been ready to go on the front burner for months and months and months, if not years. It is a story that I have been pressing again and again and again. In fact, you and I, the first, before the election, together, the Daily Beast and I released tape of Jeffrey Epstein, very explicitly talking about his relationship with Donald Trump. What did we get out of that? Well, we got a lot of internet action out of that. The broader media, crickets. Again, just let me say, finally, it is here. This is it. Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, as I have said over and over and over again, are the same person. And finally.
And you have been at the center of this, and I want to come on to lots of the comments that we got. Our last podcast, we talked about your methodology and the amount of time that you had spent with Epstein, your friendship with Epstein.
Well, I wouldn't say my friendship with Epstein. I mean, I was certainly acquainted with Epstein. We had a relationship. He was not my friend like you are my friend.
Okay, well, that's a relief. But I want to come on to it because you've been at the center of an enormous amount of criticism from traditional media, from legacy media, from people saying that you just spent too much time with him, you got too close to him. We'll come back to that later.
And again, because this is obviously extremely frustrating to hear from people who did not get the story. And I've been here before. Over and over again. When I went into the White House in the first Trump administration, came out with a book that described what was going on there, I got the same thing. Was I too close? Was I this, that, the other thing? From people who did not get the story. So let's be very clear about this. The traditional media, particularly, has abdicated their responsibility on this story, or decided that Epstein was too, as people said to me, ick to do this story, again and again and again. So I'm like, Jesus Christ, please do some work. Get out of the office.
Well, ick is the right word, and I can't help thinking, what on earth is it like for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein to have to sit through this thing yet again, to listen to a president saying this is a Democratic hoax?
But that's irrelevant.
Michael, it's not irrelevant for the victims to hear the president say this is a Democratic hoax. That's not irrelevant. That was my point. That was my point, that you wake up every morning and listen to this stuff.
Yes, but in terms of understanding the president, pinning this on the president, holding the president accountable, this has to be discussed and should be discussed. And I suppose the victims have to relive this. That's unpleasant. Although I would think at the same time they would also say, as I am saying, finally.
Tommy took everything. I'm headed to Fukui now. Edward. I hate eating McDonald's. It's just so convenient, Actually, I bought the triple cheeseburger for Mikey. He didn't want it. I should have just canceled it. You guys are trolling me now. Let's listen to Michael Wolff. Let's listen.
As you have frequently pointed out, Donald Trump is never silent. He is always talking. He's always talking to somebody. Since the Epstein
Now he's quiet.
emails have been released, he has gone uncharacteristically silent. What is going on in his head? A place we have spent so much time, and it's getting darker and darker. How is he thinking about how he rides this out? I mean, we heard Lauren Boebert being put under pressure. She was taken into the Situation Room, a congressperson taken into the Situation Room, and clearly told that they didn't want her to vote with Thomas Massie and Nancy Mace and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Ro Khanna and all the Democrats to release the Epstein files. He said it's a Democratic hoax. He and the First Lady scurried away yesterday, deliberately taking no questions. What is going on in his head over this whole Epstein situation?
This has been enormously frustrating to him for a very long time. The fact that this is now all coming home to roost, I think is completely freaking out. He doesn't. We're at a moment in time he doesn't know what to do. He's misplayed this every step of the way. I think he has no strategy. I think he has no point of view. I think he feels cornered on this right now.
You think he feels cornered?
My sense of the people in the White House is that they are kind of frantic. They don't know what is true. So remember, the people in the White House are dealing with a situation in which they understand the political perils of this. He is telling them nothing, barely knew the guy. Still on that, he's still taking that narrative.
Which is what he always does, right? Denial.
Right, and the people in the White House genuinely don't know what happened between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump from the late 80s through to the early 2000s. They don't know because that has been whitewashed out of the Donald Trump political narrative.
So, Michael, who has been set aside, do you think, at the White House to go through all these emails? Do they have a team of people going through them? Is Kash Patel going through them? Who is looking at this stuff?
Theoretically, but in my experience, when you think that the government in the United States and the White House itself have unlimited resources to marshal, in reality, it's all chicken with their heads cut off. They don't know. They don't know whose responsibility it is. Also, people don't want to take the responsibility because you put yourself in the line of fire, you're going to get blamed. So I don't know if they have finally put a process in place. I suspect that they don't. I remember other crises in the White House, in Trump's White House, in which everything, rather than coming together to deal with it, everything in fact fell apart. And that the first time around that led to the Mueller investigation. So I think it's perfectly likely that nobody is doing anything.
So let me ask you something, because we've been going through them, obviously, like every other journalistic enterprise, we've been going through them. I wanted to ask you about one of them, which is sent to you from Jeffrey Epstein at the end of January in 2019, and it's got a redacted name, which we now know because the Republicans have released her name, that it's Virginia Giuffre. And he goes, I think, Virginia Giuffre, Mar-a-Lago, Trump said he asked me to resign. Never a member ever. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop. Now, I think most people have read that and assumed that he was asking Ghislaine to stop hiring girls from the spa at Mar-a-Lago. But you think he had actually a different meaning?
Well, it just occurred to me yesterday, and it actually, I was doing a podcast with Sidney Blumenthal. In the middle of the podcast, I thought, oh my God, yes, I know what was going on here. what was going on here is it was a moment in time. Ghislaine Maxwell had sued Virginia, I think her name was then Roberts, for defamation. Then Virginia Roberts Giuffre then countersued. And this had gone on for quite a number of years. And it had finally come down to both of them having to testify, to give depositions. So both of them would be under oath and being asked about what had happened there. Now, in fact, the suit was settled at that point, so there was no public testimony about this. But I would believe that is the reference. It comes at exactly the right point there, and clearly Donald Trump would not have wanted Ghislaine Maxwell to testify about, well, anything. And again, the suit was they closed it down, they settled.
This robotic puppy looks so real, it completely fooled my neighbor who's a veterinarian. I've been a grandmother for 15...
That's Sue.
Okay, so I want to ask you about another email that was sent from Jeffrey Epstein to Ghislaine Maxwell. And this email has received quite a lot of attention. It says, I want you to... This is from Epstein to Ghislaine. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Again, name redacted, but the Republicans gave the name that it was Virginia Giuffre. So Virginia Giuffre spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. Police chief, etc. I'm 75% there.
Just let me note that there is a famous Sherlock Holmes story called The Dog That Didn't Bark.
This is why I don't like Michael Cohen, all right? Anyone here? Huh. You imagine being a person that doesn't have fences or walls, you're allowed to leave the premise. I know, dude. That's Ghislaine. So, this is why I don't like Michael Cohen. Because Michael Cohen would have been Trump's fixer during this time, and Michael Cohen knows all about this fucking shit right here, right? Michael Cohen knows all about this shit, and he has, he would have been the one pressuring, the victim, right, the survivor. And he would have been the one who would have gotten her to say that Trump did nothing wrong. He would have been the one to have interacted with Dufresne or whatever her name is. This is why I don't like Michael Cohen at all. Because he is not talking about a lot of shit. He still knows, in my opinion.
But what is the analogy he's making there?
Well, I think that may be, that there is similar. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein wasn't the greatest reader of all time, to say the least. But
well, he would say he was a math guy, right?
I think he's saying that was a telling thing. That at that point, there had been a lot of Virginia. Then Roberts had begun to accuse a variety of people. There had been a Daily Mail story in which she had come. I think that was the first story, her first expose of the experience that she had with Jeffrey Epstein. So the fact that she wasn't that. With this email was sent in 2011.
2011, and Ghislaine writes back, I have been thinking about that, which would somewhat undercut what she said to Todd Blanche when he went down to visit her in the Tallahassee jail.
I think that it is likely that Virginia Roberts Giuffre would have known what was going on in Jeffrey Epstein's house during that period, and she would have seen Donald Trump there on many, many occasions.
So what about the Republicans' point that she never mentions him in her book, Nobody's Girl?
Well, I think that the interesting thing about that book, remember, Virginia Roberts Giuffre is dead.
Well, she died by suicide. I mean, a tragic life.
Yes, right. But anyway, she wasn't there. She wasn't there to. It's hard to hold a dead person accountable for a book that was published after her death.
But it was written while she was alive.
Yeah. But we all know the process of books and what the changes that might have occurred. We already know that there were changes. A complicated thing, what she might have said about her husband, which she wanted to change, or her co-author
Amy Wallace
or ghost writer decided to change. I don't know. I have no idea what happened there. But there's also a publisher in this case, and a publisher, we know that everyone is afraid of Donald Trump suing. We also know that there are other people in this book who she has been very careful about. She refers to a prime minister. Many people have assumed who that prime minister is, but she doesn't say. So I don't know. I have no idea here. I'm just trying to provide a context for why Donald Trump's name might not be mentioned.
Okay, so let's pull back to the wider picture. You're saying he's panicking. He's kind of freaked out about this. He has no strategy to deal with it. I noticed yesterday J.D. Vance, who'd been accused, and we wrote about this in The Beast, had been accused of saying nothing, then cropped up and did an interview with Hannity, during which he did not mention the word Epstein once. So what do you think is going on there? Is this a moment for J.D. Vance? Are J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio thinking, he may be fallible, this guy?
I don't understand the question. J.D. Vance may be fallible, or Donald Trump may be fallible?
No, are J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio as the pretenders to the throne sitting there thinking, I'm not going to say anything here because let him get on with it?
Well, I think in the first days, there are only X number of hours. What are we at 48 hours, slightly more than 48 hours on this, and there is probably no strategy there. I'm sure that there will shortly be a strategy, but this has caught everybody off guard. Also, I think that there's a lot of internecine Republican byplay here. I mean, the Republicans have been the ones who have now released most of these emails. So who is at fault? And as for J.D. Vance, I think he's looking at his own situation. I'm not necessarily thinking that he thinks Donald Trump is vulnerable, but we have the right wing of the party who is has put up a steady drumbeat for Epstein material, and I mean, they are voting.
Exactly. I mean, that's what it was. It was really it was a simple thing. I mean, Epstein was funded probably by Israel initially, also by this other guy, in order to honeypot. This is classic honeypot. Epstein was a honeypot. Getting the physicist, what's his name, Stephen Hawking at the island. There's gonna be a prime minister here, and then throwing a bunch of fucking teenage girls to give people massages and stuff, and have pictures on all of that, and then look, we got pictures of you with an underage girl. I mean, it has Mossad written all over this shit, dude. Mossad and probably some, Blackwater CIA group behind it. Exactly. You did not do anything wrong. Just show up. oh, Clinton's going to be there. Some people like Clinton enjoyed the massage, enjoyed, you know, having Trump suck his mushroom, you know? You know, probably Trump was there. They probably had an orgy, had a bunch of girls, and Trump was like, God damn, I get to suck on a president's fucking mushroom. Oh, I'm going to suck on that mushroom. You know, I can say, hey, he doesn't, Trump is a fucking dirty fucking creep, dude. Anyone who wants to fuck other people's wives, if that's your thing, then you'll suck a guy's fucking penis, dude. I'm telling you, if you're the type of person who wants to get other people's wives to fuck you, you will suck another man's cock. I mean, seriously. I mean, there isn't much difference. That's my 2 cents on it. So I'm sure there was fucking orgies and shit like that. Clinton was there, you know, and he did it. He's a piece of shit, fucking, you know, piece of shit. Yeah, and then he's like reaching for Clinton's junk and shit. That picture of him reaching for Clinton's junk, like they're really friendly and everything. He's just a piece of shit. Trump is nothing more than a fucking piece of shit. And like Michael Wolff said it, I mean, they're birds of a feather. Michael, you know, Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump are birds of a feather. They are the same. They are fucking twins. You know, they are fucking twins. Except for, I think Epstein had a little bit more intelligence than him. Epstein had a little bit more intelligence. You know, and he had backing, you know, and obviously, and look, we know Epstein was probably bi because of his relationship with the, he got all that money from the guy who owns Victoria's Secret, you know. When you got, you know, when you're at that level and you're having, you know, they're both from the fucking 70s, you know, free love. Fucking, you know, they grew up in that whole, like, you know, fuck everything period. You know, so I don't put it past that Trump fucking sucked on Trump's fucking dick, or Bubba. Absolutely, James. Far less. Far less. And knowing Trump, he'd probably think it's a great deal. Oh, I got to suck a president's dick. I mean, think about it. Trump would probably would be all proud about that. Oh, I sucked the president's dick. He's just pissed off that Obama wouldn't give him any. I love it, dude. I've been here 21 years. I love it. I love living in Japan. Love it. You know, crazy hot girls, no attitude. People are super kind, super friendly, good health insurance. Yeah, but I'm saying, that's right, Monica. I mean, a mouth is a mouth there, Seth. A mouth is a mouth. You gotta let a woman suck your dick, you're gonna let a guy suck your dick. You don't give a fuck. If you like your dick sucked, you don't give a fuck, right? You're one step away from a man's mouth. Woman's mouth, man's mouth, they both got lips, both got teeth, same thing. Same thing, buddy. Same thing. If you want to stick your dick in a woman's anus, then you might as well stick your dick in a man's anus. Same, anus is an anus, no different. You know, that's how I look at it. If that's what you're into, you know, you're basically on the border of gay. You're right there. You're living right there on the border. I'm a, you know, vagina. I like a vagina. That's why I like to say I'm a lesbian. I'm a lesbian. Trapped in a man's body. What is it? Can you speak Japanese? Skoshi. Skoshi. Skoshi means a little bit. I know I can order food. I can interact, basic stuff. Me not like giants. I got one. I'm a monk. Hey, Rona, I'm a monk now, so I don't protect it. I'm completely celibate now. I'm a monk. That lizard part of me is gone. That lizard brain shriveled up and died. I'm undao dude, the atheist monk. I don't participate in any of that anymore. So when I talk about it, it's just talk about once upon a time. Yeah, I'm a monk. That's right, I'm a monk. Undao dude. I'm the atheist monk, so I can talk shit to you, rebel. Look at that. Look, rebel was lurking. Look, you got a MAGA you can whack, guys. Look, there's a MAGA right there. Lurking. Lurking. MAGA lurking. Look at lurking MAGA. Lurking. You were lurking. I got you out. I got Soul Rebel out. The lurking MAGA. Hiding. Hiding in the stream. That's right. Why you betray U.S.? No, I didn't betray America. You betrayed America. America is a constitution. Right? America's constitution. You betrayed America. You're pissing all over the Constitution. No, I don't miss. I don't miss America at all. What is there to miss? There he goes. Jay's like, yes, I got the whack. I got to whack a fucking MAGA. Why you ask so many questions? He's curious. Not home. This is my home. America's not my home. I've got Japanese. My kids are Japanese. My wife is Japanese. I've been in Japan. I've lived in Japan longer than I've lived in America. Right? I moved back to America when I was 16. Maybe I've lived longer in America. I don't know. I left in 94. I have to do the math on that. 16 to 2000. 87 to 2004. So 23 years. Actually, no, I haven't quite lived in Japan long enough in the States. Pretty close. 23 years in the States. 21 years in Japan. So no, I don't even math. I had to do the math. So I did the math. I did some math there. So I was born in America, but I was raised in Spain and in England. I left America when I was 3 years old. Grew up in Spain until I was 16. Moved to the States when I was 16. I'm sorry. Yeah. Then I moved to the States when I was 16. But I was in England from the age of 8 to 16. So I spent 8 years in England. 8 years, well, not quite 8, 5 years in Spain. I know. I went to prep school up in West Yorkshire, between Keighley and Skipton, and then I did high school in near Staffs in Newcastle on the Lyme, near Hanley in Staffordshire. Look at this shit here. Look, they get the sprinkler system. This is for the snow. Look, they got all the sprinkler system running. They're getting ready for the snow. They use sprinkler for the snow here. You know that in Japan? Isn't that crazy? Look at how much water. Look, oh, I better. Oh! Just got me. Fucking guy got the window open. It just got me. So the water in Japan is all thermal. So it doesn't ever get under 70 degrees Celsius. The thermal water. So they pump thermal water. God damn it. Got me again. God damn it. These things, they need to fix them. I got my window open. I need to close my window. I got water sprinkler systems blowing into my window. Kind of get a car wash here. Isn't that crazy? So they're getting ready for the snow. See, look at all the sprinklers. This isn't rain. That's Empress Joe. So look at these guys. They're all. See the guys working. They're making sure these suckers are. Look, these guys are wearing all their. They're fixing the sprinkler system. They're tightening them. So they just barely come out. Like screw. They have to pop the things off, clean them off. No, because ice doesn't freeze. Ice, as long as there's running water, ice doesn't freeze. That's one cool thing about running water and ice. Usually December, January, February, late December, January, February. So they're fixing the sprinklers. But like where I live, well, you know, like in my house, my little Mikuni house, it doesn't get snow there. Very little snow because of all the heat from the ocean. Dude, Chicago gets so fucking cold. Let's see here. What are they? All right, I think this guy's here.よいしょ。使う？あげる。ありがとう。ちょっと。 子供も大丈夫。これはインフルエンザが、違う違うね。でもコロナありません。コロナありません。でも大丈夫。これと気をつけて。Alright. In English?
Can we park the car
Okay,
and then we can
okay. 大丈夫。大丈夫って。
And also about my father's big tools. It's a cart with casters. Didn't you bring it along?
Good. I Translate English.
I'd like to ask you something. Do you think we could take 1, 2, maybe 3 trees and plant them together?
Of the MAGA cult. Call me a Nazi. You better be careful. Because if I'm a Nazi, then there's millions of young people that are following a fucking Nazi. So you better be careful about those words. You're saying I'm a Nazi, I'm a monster. There's a million Nazis out there then.
There are.
Because they love my show and they agree with me.
This is there are a million Nazis out there. There are a million fucking Nazis. And yeah, they follow you, dude.
AI could soon take your job.
Right? These people suck. So shitty. And they all follow Nick Fuentes. So what's new, Nikki? Nikki Fuentes. Here, let's play your song, Nikki Fuentes. Let's get Nikki Fuentes' playlist going here. Here we go.
Yo, gotcha. Let's crank this up to straight YGFDT. That raw West Coast bounce. Repetitive chin hooks that hit like fists versus slicing through the bullshit with zero chill. We're talking fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. As the ultimate diss track on hypocrite, holy rollers, child praying robes, and swastika waving enablers, pounding 808, snarling delivery, crowd scream. Cold all fire. Here's the full track. Yeah, fuck the frauds. They pray in the pews, but pray in the dark. Cross on the neck, devil in the heart. Ice jack boots marching, Gestapo glow up. Undocumented dreams getting stomped in the mud. Time to call it out. Fake fuck Christian, fake fuck Christian. Pedo loving Nazi, hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting flashy. Fuck the fake Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Raids on the borders, kids in the trash heap. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Burn it down in the pulpit, time to expose the gas. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. We ain't praying no more, we rise and we crash. Yo,
poppin' preacher with the devil's grin. Sermon on Sunday, sins on the weekend spin. Touching little lambs while the choir sings hallelujah. Then tweeting by borders like a border collie. Heard a ice roll deep, Vans black as midnight raid. Snatching mamas at dawn, leaving babies in the shade. You quote Leviticus beloved, Leviticus lies. Pedo paradise behind them stained glass eyes. Nazi flags waving at the mega church rally. Building wall chants while they building body tally. Undocumented sweat built your golden steeple. Now you
I made it sitting there when I was at the hospital. When Tommy was in there, I made it, just sitting there. That's how easy it was.
Fuck the fake Christian, pedo-loving Nazi. Reds on the borders, kids in the trashy. Fake fuck Christian, pedo-loving Nazi. Stuck in the pulpit, time to expose the gas. Fake fuck Christian, pedo-loving Nazi. We ain't praying no more, we rise and we crash. Alright, off the boards with the tiki torch flags, preaching purity. Why they protecting the brand? Family values my ass. It's a family of frauds covering trash.
What's fucking new?
Confessional broads, ICE agents praying before the dawn. Sweet, cuffing dreams in the street, making grandmas weep. You love the orange idol, tweeting from the throne, but your God's getting ghosted when the truth gets shown. Pedo rings ringing like your collection plate. Nazi youth groups in the basement, sealing fate. We undocumented, but our fires
fucking a bunch of them, Nick. Are you fucking a bunch of your pedo Nazis, right? Are you fucking a bunch of them? You probably are, Nick. You probably are, you know, graping the groypers. Graping the groypers. That's what you're doing, Nick Fuentes. You piece of shit.
Spit it over that G-Funk bounce, and it's a banger. Want a bridge, more verses, or a beat breakdown?
I'm doing all these shorts. I literally got like 50 shorts to fucking put up there. Oh,
Yo, got you. Let's crank this up to straight YG.
Yeah, I know. I like that one. I like
FDT energy, though, bro. West Coast gals. Repetitive cheating home send head like fists. Horses slicing through the bullshit with zero chill.
I'm gonna do a J-pop one.
We're talking fake Christian. Loving Nazi after your command. Biz track on hypocrite. Holy rollers, child praying robes and swastika waving, enablers pounding 808s. Snarling the middleweight, quiet escape, no cap, all fire. Here's the full track. They praying the pews, but praying to God. Cross on the neck, devil in the heart. Ice jack boots marching, Gestapo glow up. Undocumented dreams getting stomped in the mud. Time to call it out. Fake fuck Christian.
Nick Fuentes.
Fuck Christian. Pedo loving Nazi.
Nick Fuentes.
Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting flat.
Nick Fuentes.
Fuck the fake Christian. Pedo loving Nazi.
Nick Fuentes.
Raids on the borders, kids in the trash. And fake fuck Christian. Pedo loving Nazi. Table in the pulpit, time to expose the gas. Fake fuck Christian. Pedo loving Nazi. We ain't worried no more. We rise and we crash. Yo. Collar popping preacher with the devil's grin. Sermon on Sunday, sins on the weekend spin. Touching little lambs while the choir sings hallelujah. Then tweeting about borders like a border collie. Heard ice roll deep, Vans black as midnight raid. Snatching mamas at dawn, leaving babies in the shade. You quote Leviticus beloved, Leviticus lies. Pedo paradise behind them stained glass eyes. Nazi flags waving at the mega church rally. Build the wall chants while they building body tally. Undocumented sweat built your golden steeple. Now you call them demons. Man, that's straight up evil. Fuck your tax breaks, fuck your holy waterfront. Where the flood coming, your arch getting sunk. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting flashy. Fuck the fake Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Raids on the borders, kids in the trash. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Tapo in the pulpit, time to expose the gas. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. We ain't praying no more, we rise and we crash. Alright, all the boys for tiki torch flex. Preaching purity while they protecting the preds. Family values my ass, it's a family of frauds. Covering tracks like confessional
taken 6,000 plus military wives now. You mean like they were undocumented? They were basically undocumented, and they're picking them up. Is that it? Is that what you're saying? all these military people married foreign nationals. So you don't have a spouse visa in America. In Japan, you get a spouse visa. Dude, it takes you 2 months. In Japan, 2 months. In Japan, 2 months you have a spouse visa, and you can do fucking anything a Japanese can do except vote. I can do anything. I can start my own business. I have no limitations at all on what I can do in Japan with a spouse visa. Just got to renew it, you know.
More verses or a beat breakdown. Consider it. Let's crank this up to straight YGF.
That's sad, dude. So that's 6,000. So think about the effect of that. You got, I'm sure some of those military guys are like, good riddance. I didn't want to marry her. But how about the kids? How about the kids? And then on top of that, how do you think that's going to affect the morale of the soldiers? And then their friends, right? So you got your buddy, your wife is taken, the kids, right? And you've got at least 5 friends that now are pissed off, and they got at least 5 friends each that are outside of that network, saying, what the fuck, these Nazis?
Yo, collar popping preacher with the devil's grand sermon on Sunday, sins on the weekend spin. Touching little lambs while the choir sings hallelujah, then tweeting about borders like a border collie herder. Ice roll deep, vans black as midnight rays, snatching mamas at dawn, leaving babies in the shade. You quote Leviticus, but love Leviticus lies. Paedo paradise behind them stained glass eyes. Nazi flags waving at the mega church rally. Build a wall chants while they building body tally. Undocumented sweat built your golden steeple. Now you call them demons, man, it's straight up evil. Fuck your tax breaks, fuck your holy waterfront. With a flood coming, your arks getting sunk. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting flashed. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Raised on the borders, kids in the trash heap. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Burn it down. You stop her in the pulpit, time to expose the gay. Fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. We ain't praying no more, we rise and we crash. Alright, altar boys with the tiki torch flex. Preaching purity while they protecting the preds. Family values my ass. It's a family of frauds, covering tracks like confessional bras. Ice agents praying before the dawn sweep, cuffing dreams in the street, making grandmas weep. You love the orange idol, tweeting from the throne, but your guys getting ghosted when the truth gets shown. Pedo rings ringing like your collection plate. Nazi youth groups in the basement, sealing fate. We undocumented, but our files undocumented too. Burning through the hypocrisy, straight exposing you. No more turning cheeks, we flipping the script. Revolution in the rhyme, watch the empire slip. Fake fuck Christian, fuck pedo loving Nazi. Tear it down, ice Gestapo, your time's up. Revolution. Fake fuck Christian, yeah, fuck the frauds. There it is, pure age, repetitive like FDT. But laser focus on the fake potty and rage. Spit it over that G-funk bounce and it's a banger. On a bridge, more verses or a beat breakdown. Considerate. Fake fuck Christian,
Pedo loving Nazi.
fake fuck Christian,
Pedo loving Nazi.
yeah, fuck the fraud.
Yeah, got you. Let's crank this up to straight. YGFDT, energy, at Raw West Coast Bonds. For pen that chill, hopes that hit like fists. First is slicing through the bullshit with zero chill. We talking fake fuck Christian. Hell the Nazi as the ultimate diss track. I'm hypocrite, holy rollers, child prayer robes and swastika waving the neighbors, pounding at the wake, snorty beard although we crowd scream. No cap on fire. Here's the full track. They pray in the pews but pray in the dark. Cross on the neck, devil in the heart. Ice check, boost march and Gestapo glow up. Documented dreams get stomped in the mud. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Hide behind the Bible but your soul's getting flashy. Fuck the fake Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Raids on the borders, kids in the trash can. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Burn it down, Gestapo in the pulpit, time to expose the guy. Fuck Christian, Collar popping preacher with the devil's grin. Sermon on Sunday, sins on the weekend spin. Touching little lambs while the choir sings hallelujah. Then tweeting about borders like a border collie herder. Ice roll deep, vans black as midnight rays. Snatching mamas at dawn, leaving babies in the shade. Oh, Leviticus below, Leviticus lies. Pedo paradise behind them stained glass eyes. Nazi flags waving at the mega church rally. Build a wall chants while they building body telly. On document sweat, built your golden steeple. Now you call them demons, man, that's straight up evil. Fuck your tax breaks, fuck your holy water up front. With the flood coming, your arms getting sunk. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Hide behind the Bible, but your soul's getting flashy. Fuck the fake Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Raids on the borders, kids in the trash. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Slow it down, step up in the pulpit, time to expose the cat. Fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. We breathe in the more, we rising, we crashing. Yeah! Alright, altar boys with the tiki torch flex, preaching purity while they protecting the preds. Family values, my ass, it's a family of frauds. Covering tracks like confessional broads. Ice agent praying for thought and drawn sweet. Pumping dreams in the street, making grandmas weep. You love the orange jaw, tweeting from the throne, but your God's getting ghosted when the truth gets shown. Pedo rings ringing like a collection plate. Nazi youth groups in the basement, still in fate. We undocumented, but our fire documented too. Burning through the hypocrisy, straight exposing you. No more turning cheeks, we flipping the script. Revolution in the wild, watch the empire slip. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Turn it down, I Gestapo, your time's up, revolutionary. Fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Turn it down, fuck the frauds. And it is, pure rage. We're penitent like FDT, but laser focused on the fake piety and raids. Spit it over that G-Funk bounce, and it's a banger. Want a bridge, more verses, or beat breakdown. Let's iterate.
Fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Cross clutching big, it's not me. Dirty little priest, creep up in the sheets. Take him to the top of the temple, let him drop.
Drop dead, heard what I said. Ice work camps in the back of the shed. Right haze, got blood on your face. Better get right with the Lord before you go to bed. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Cross clutching big, it's not me, not me. Dirty little priest, creep up in the sheets. Take him to the top of the temple, let him drop. Drop dead, heard what I said. Ice work camps in the back of the shed. Right haze, got blood on your face. Better get right with the Lord before you go to bed. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Pedo loving Nazi. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Pedo loving Nazi. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Fuck the fake, fuck the fake, fuck the fake. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Fuck the fake, fuck the fake, fuck the fake. On the news, same time, every night someone died. Blood from the wall, dripping from the outside. Where's the love, man? You a club, man. So sad when you think that you're above, man. Another man telling me what I am. You a Christian, not a man. Why you switching on your friend? Got a plan, understand. Making money with the brands. Know you are what you wear, man. I see it in your eyes. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Fuck the fake, fuck the fake, fuck the fake. Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Fuck the fake, fuck the fake, fuck the fake.
Fake fuck Christian.
Fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Cross clutching big, it's not me. Dirty little priest, creep up in the sheets. Take him to the top of the temple, let him drop. Pop, drop dead. Heard what I said. Ice work camps in the back of the shed. Right hand raised, God, blood on your face. Better get right with the Lord before you go to bed. Like, fake fuck Christian, pedo loving Nazi. Cross clutching big, it's not me. Dirty little priest. them drop, pop, pop, pop.
Dead, heard what I said. Icework camps in the back of the shed. Right hand raised, God, blood on your face. Better get right with the Lord before you go to bed.
Faithful Christian, pedal loving Nazi. Faithful Christian, pedal loving Nazi. Faithful Christian, pedal loving Nazi. For the fake, for the fake, for the fake, for the fake. Faithful Christian, pedal loving Nazi. For the fake, for the fake, for the fake. I'm in the news, same time every night. Someone died. Blood from the wall, dripping from the outside. Where's the love, man? You a club, man. So sad when you think that you're above, man. Another man telling me what I am. You a Christian, not a man. Why you switching on your friend? Got a plan, understand. Making money with the brands. Know you are what you wear, man. I see it in your eyes. Faithful Christian, pedal loving Nazi. For the fake, for the fake, for the fake, for the fake. Faithful Christian, pedal loving Nazi. For the fake, for the fake, for the fake.
This is how you install the viral high-pressure shower head. They just released the black and blue color, so I decided to pick this one up. First, remove the old shower head and replace the tape that goes around here. Once you've done that, you're gonna take this part and just screw it right up here. You're gonna take the ends of one of this, doesn't matter which one, and you're gonna screw it right up here. Before you do that, make sure that the washer pieces are in both. Next, you're gonna take the other end and screw it into the shower head. And just like that, you have your shower head.
This shower head changed my life. If you haven't switched to ion drops yet, let me tell you about it. Trust me, you're good.
What worries me is that Donald is a nihilist. My grandfather actually believed in legacy. He wanted Donald to preserve his legacy. Donald doesn't believe in that. He does not believe that anything, whether he thinks he's going to be going down because of the Epstein issue, or because if he starts to think that his health is failing, he will not go alone. He will take as many people down with him.
I'm Joanna Coles. This is the Daily Beast podcast. You wrote and we listened, and we have another person that you have been clamoring to hear from, Mary Trump, and how she describes her life as a member of the Trump family is really quite extraordinary. And how she talks about her grandfather and noticing his symptoms of Alzheimer's and then recognizing those very same symptoms in our president is really quite chilling. She now has her own media company, Mary Trump Media, where she has a podcast like we do on YouTube. But I found her an absolutely fascinating and very thoughtful interviewee, as she is able to analyze through her own training as a clinical psychologist the dynamics of the family and what it's like growing up Trump. So let's get into it. Mary Trump is in the house. Mary Trump, it's been a very long week.
Well, it seems that they all are now.
What is it like to wake up in the morning and just see your uncle everywhere? A man that you've been in and out of endless lawsuits, as is the Trump way, apparently.
Yes.
But how do you, well, you've set up your own media business to deal with it, but what's it like inside your head?
It's actually something I've gotten used to. Don't get me wrong, there's a level at which I still take it very personally. I know I should probably let that go, but it's hard because he is my uncle after all. And I feel like my family is doing untold damage to my country and the planet. So that is hard to take, but it doesn't have its teeth in me the way it used to. After the 2016 election, every time I heard his name, and I can distinguish, I could tell when he was being referred to, obviously, at least twice a day, I would have this feeling of horror wash over me that this horrible thing had happened. I don't get that anymore because this is our reality, and it has been for over a decade now. It is more a shift in focus for me to the people who keep enabling him. Those are the people we need to figure out and start dealing with.
So in your book, Who Could Ever Love You, a family memoir. You talk about your 16th birthday and you have it at a ballroom at a Hyatt hotel, and your father has written a check out to Donald Trump because it's his hotel, and he turns up at the party and he's parading around the party as if it's his party. And I wanted to know, from your vantage point as a teenager, what he was like as a man to be around and what you observed of him when he was with women.
Because you get used to people you grow up with, right? It's not as if I ever thought there was something weird about him. People have often asked me, oh, wow, what was it like growing up in this family? It's like, it was normal. It was my normal. There was no other frame of reference. So I believed the myth that my grandfather started that Donald was successful, but I never bought into the idea that he was smart, because he was so demonstrably not. And that, not that I experienced it this way that night, but certainly later, and certainly in the context of the last 10 years, and the way his base treats him, and how thirsty he is about attention, that was the first inkling that as long as Donald has an audience that's giving him attention, he doesn't really care about who is in the audience, because what he was doing was trying his way to impress a bunch of teenagers who couldn't have cared less about the fact that he was there.
This has been the week of the release of the Epstein emails and you know, the endless demand for the release of the Epstein files. Did you ever meet Jeffrey Epstein?
I never met him, thankfully, but I found out recently that he was at Donald's second wedding, his wedding to Marla Maples, and I was there too. So I have had the great misfortune of being in the same room with Jeffrey Epstein, which is alarming enough, but thankfully no, I never met him. I wouldn't have been considered worthy of meeting him.
Meaning what?
Weird way of putting it.
Meaning you're too old? Or?
No, oh jeez, no. Although that's a horrifying thought. I probably would have been at that point. No, that I wasn't somebody that Donald ever would have gone out of his way to introduce to his close friends and inner circle.
Okay, so what was your impression of, I mean, was he attractive to women? Did women cleave to him? Did he behave inappropriately at all with women?
Donald?
Yeah.
I never saw anything inappropriate. He was sexist for sure. Like everybody in my family, including the women, were misogynists. He and my Uncle Robert treated my grandmother in a very infantilizing, disrespectful way. And it was very obvious that they didn't respect women and didn't think women should have any power. And common dinner table conversation would be talking about all of the ugly fat women or talking about the beautiful women and how they were classed by the men in my family. My dad wasn't like that at all, but also he wasn't really included in a lot of the conversations.
And just to remind people, your father was Donald Trump's older brother, and
Yes.
he died when he was 42 of causes related to alcoholism, and
Yes.
you were 16.
Yes, and I mean, that was a very big complicating factor, certainly in my dad's life, but in mine as well. He was the oldest son in the Trump family. He was the namesake. He was junior. He was supposed to take over the empire from my grandfather, and obviously that didn't work out. So that set my dad's life on a pretty awful trajectory, especially after he started drinking and was never able to rehabilitate himself in his father's mind. And then simply by virtue of the fact that I was Freddie's daughter and a girl, nobody in the family had any interest in me or anything I wanted to do or had to say.
Watch what magnesium does to your bowels.
If you have to wipe more than 4 times after you poop, here's why.
The Mayo Clinic confirms that stuck poop can cause these embarrassing skid marks in your undies. You see, when stuck poop causes a traffic jam in your colon, your bowels become too full. And as the pressure...
But you've now turned it into a career.
The irony. That is a sort of sobering way to look at it, but it also happens to be true. What is unfortunate, though, is that Donald Trump is the most, or arguably the most powerful person on the planet, and has shown himself to be willing to be destructive and cruel as possible to get power and wealth for himself. So it would feel utterly irresponsible for me to step aside and say nothing. Watching all of this unfold and trying to play some small role has felt like a way to stay grounded in a fight that's much than he is. Stepping away and washing my hands of it would, for me, I wouldn't be able to live myself.
In your first book that came in 2020, you called him the most dangerous man in the world. It's very clear that people are scared of him. Do you recognize why people are scared of him? Were you scared of him when you were growing up? Were people around him in the family scared of him?
I honestly find it unfathomable that anybody would ever be scared of Donald. He's the weakest, most pathetic person I've ever known. And there is nothing about him that's threatening. So I think it's important to step back and put that designation in context. He was and remains the world's most dangerous man because of power that was given to him by other people. So Donald is the result of a myth my grandfather started a long time ago. My dad was not going to cut it as my grandfather's heir, so he turned to Donald and made use of him.
When did Donald become your grandfather's favorite son? And talk to us about how he sort of molded Donald, or how the intensity of their relationship grew.
Yeah, I think it's more accurate to say he became useful. And it happened probably simultaneously to his discovering that my father was not the right person. My grandfather wanted a killer to be the one to take over. And my dad was, despite being very smart, you cannot be a stupid person and put yourself through flight school and start flying 707s at the age of 25. He was sensitive, though. He was kind. He was generous. These are not qualities valued by the Trump family at all. At the same time, as Donald is a teenager, my grandfather is seeing he's belligerent. He's disrespectful. He's never wrong. He's the best. He's the this, the that. And that resonated with my grandfather. And then from there, he realized that Donald had something my grandfather did not have in the way he needed to. He had media savvy. He had an ability to self-promote that far exceeded my grandfather's. So that became very valuable because my grandfather, as successful as he was in Queens and Brooklyn, never was able to make the move into Manhattan. He needed somebody with Donald's personality and essentially lack of self-awareness and willing to take credit for things that he didn't do to put himself out there as shamelessly as Donald did.
And your father didn't cut it because he wanted to be a pilot. He didn't want to go into real estate.
Actually, my father had every intention of going into real estate. He worked for my grandfather every summer. After he graduated from college, he was a business major. He went to work for my grandfather, assumed he was going to be my grandfather's right-hand man. But for reasons that we don't fully know, my grandfather just didn't like my dad and was not willing to give him any power. He treated him poorly. He humiliated him in front of the other employees. And finally, my dad just couldn't take it anymore. And that's when he decided, and this must have taken such enormous courage. It's hard for me to imagine that he was able to do it. He quit, and then he applied for jobs at TWA. He got accepted into their class in 1964, but because of the getting it home and because of the contempt my grandfather had for that kind of achievement. I mean, being a pilot for TWA at the dawn of the jet age was kind of a big deal in 1964. That's when my dad started drinking. And his career as a pilot for TWA lasted 8 months.
Because of his drinking?
Yes.
So let's just go back to Donald Trump again. And so he became the de facto older son. He inherited his father's real estate business. One of the things I find puzzling is, why is everybody so scared of him?
Yeah, I think it depends on the context, right? As I was saying earlier, Donald, from the beginning, has been of use to smarter, more powerful people, beginning with my grandfather. And for people not paying a lot of attention, that sort of created an aura. Donald, that is, acted as if my grandfather's wealth was actually his wealth, that he was a self-made man. And my grandfather actually helped him construct that story that was fabricated out of whole cloth. And then the New York media ran with it, and the banks threw money at him. And then Mark Burnett rehabilitated him, and then, of course, the Republican Party did. So he went from being somebody who was essentially a tool for other people, whether it was my grandfather to get the kind of recognition for his business and the kind of wealth he wanted, or New York media selling papers, or NBC having a hit show, or the Republican Party having somebody with the kind of charisma that appealed to their base, to becoming somebody who actually does have real power in the world and has shown himself perfectly willing to use it in ways both illegitimate and terrifying.
You're using cinnamon wrong, and your blood sugar is paying the price. Let me explain. This isn't your typical herbal book. It's a manual. Digestion issues.
So he's sort of always been an example of fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
And then, amazingly, he has made it. How is he planning to get through this next sort of period where everybody is screaming about Epstein right now?
Well, there have been so many opportunities over the last few years, and this honestly has been one of the most demoralizing things to have witnessed, where the Republican Party or the American people could have taken an off-ramp away from.
We are doing phenomenally well. This is the greatest economy we've ever had.
In addition to more expensive childcare costs, higher prices pretty much across the board, much bigger car payments.
Our energy costs are way down. Our groceries are way down. Everything is way down.
I just can't see how people with a normal job making $15 an hour can afford an apartment without multiple roommates.
The prices of homes has escalated over the last few decades much faster than actual incomes.
500,000 people in the U.S. living in RVs full time.
I don't want to hear about the affordability, because right now we're much less.
The American people have turned against you, Mr. President. You've gone from leading by 9 points in inflation to being 26 points underwater. You're doing something very wrong in the minds of the American public.
Over the course of the year, they might make enough money to pay for basic living expenses and cover their bills. But if one major thing happens, then they can get behind.
Student loans weren't really a thing for baby boomers.
If she voted for you 3 different times, but she is not happy about how her prices have not come down. I guess, what do you say to Regina and people like her? Well, I do say this. Beef we have to get down. I think of groceries. You know, it's an old-fashioned word, but it's a beautiful word. Beef we have to get down, but we've got prices way down.
3 in 4 Americans, 75% overall, who say Trump's not paying enough attention to lowering costs.
I think it'll be one of the great ballrooms anywhere in the world. It's about $300 million.
President Trump held a lavish Great Gatsby Halloween party at Mar-a-Lago just hours before the estimated 42 million people lost SNAP benefits.
He threw another extravagant party at Mar-a-Lago for his celebrity friends and loyal supporters, featuring opera performances, ice sculptures, and a lavish dinner, all while taking steps to cut benefits for the most vulnerable.
Even among Republicans, that solid Republican base who oftentimes approves of Trump's job by 85, 90%, 57% of them say that Trump's not paying enough attention to lowering costs.
I put together that compilation to demonstrate how, perhaps for the first time ever, Trump isn't able to brainwash people and construct this false reality because Americans have actual firsthand experience with the affordability crisis that he's trying to deny. And him denying this affordability crisis and not trying to address it in any meaningful way is destroying his presidency. He's hemorrhaging support among Latino voters, in part because he hasn't delivered on the affordability crisis like he promised. And he's not helping himself by throwing lavish parties and chumming it up with corporate executives and Wall Street CEOs while ignoring the concerns of working class Americans. And he's even starting to lose the support of some evangelicals and Catholics who just don't want to be associated with his Gestapo-like mass deportation policies. And if all of this wasn't already bad enough, shockingly, some of his core supporters, we're talking about the MAGA diehards, are starting to turn on him, in particular because of comments like this.
Does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent.
When we have plenty of talented people here.
No, you don't.
We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn. You can't take people off an unemployment line and say, I'm going to put you into a factory where we're going to make missiles.
Now, what he said there is troubling, even if you're not a xenophobic piece of shit, because he's essentially insulting Americans by saying that they're not talented enough to do these jobs when can do jobs. It's just that you have no interest in training them to do said jobs because that require you to invest in trade schools and public education, which Republicans don't want to do. One, because if more people learn critical thinking skills, there'd be less Republican voters. And two, because capitalists would rather import foreign laborers because they're easier to abuse and exploit. But I agree that America should try to attract the most talented people in the world as well. However, nobody's going to want to come here if they're afraid of being rounded up by his fascist fucking Gestapo. But putting aside my issues with his comments, here's what some of his biggest dick riders had to say in response to what he said there. Matt Moore said, I'm one of the largest pro-Trump commentators in the nation. I get tens of millions of views every single month talking about Trump's America First agenda. And right now, I'm absolutely fucking beyond pissed that tonight, as a justification for H-1B visas, Trump said that Americans don't have talent. Absolutely unreal. Mike Cernovich says, Trump broke everyone's heart with this line about the American workforce and H-1Bs. Kevin Bass says, Trump hates America and Americans. This is the only explanation I could come up with for this pattern of behavior. He wants to import the third world to take Americans' jobs. Kongmin Lee says, completely tone deaf. This is an utter betrayal of the entire base who voted to put America first. Indistinguishable from Vivek's H-1B crash out, calling Americans lazy and untalented. We don't have exceptional talent in America, really? Dominic Michael Trippi says, this is absolutely pathetic. This week was an all-time low point, completely out of touch. And keep in mind, this is just a tiny fraction of the outrage that he sparked with those comments, but there are other MAGA diehards who are starting to grow disenchanted with him on other issues as well. The ongoing GOP civil war that we're seeing right now is a result of most of MAGA knowing that Trump's ship is sinking, and they're currently jockeying for supremacy in the post-Trump world that we're all about to enter relatively soon. Like, why do you think Marjorie Taylor Greene made her recent heel turn? Did she hit her head and suddenly become more reasonable? Like, did she get trapped in some sort of Freaky Friday-esque body swap with John Fetterman? No, she is making a political calculation. She sees the writing on the wall, and she wants to be there to pick up the pieces when Trump's regime falls apart. On top of that, there's a power struggle within the GOP between the Groyper Nazi types who've captured the hearts of young Republicans and the more establishment Republican types like Ben Shapiro who are trying to uphold the elitist Trumpian status quo. And this infighting would not be happening if there wasn't already widespread dissatisfaction with Trump in the first place. And it's happening because they smell blood in the water. And to make matters even worse, it is getting increasingly difficult for any conservative to defend Donald Trump because we are getting closer to the truth about him and Jeffrey Epstein, and it is not looking good, to put it mildly. And on that note, on Wednesday, Democrats on the House Oversight Committee released emails where Jeffrey Epstein told Michael Wolff, of course Trump knew about the girls, as he asked Ghislaine to stop. Now, in a different email from Epstein to Maxwell, he said, that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned. And in another email, Epstein says, I know how dirty Donald is. My guess is that non-NY business people have no idea what it means to have your fixer flip, which is a reference to Michael Cohen, his former fixer who did indeed flip. Now, in a separate email from Michael Wolff to Epstein, he's talking about the ways that Epstein can leverage the dirt that he has on Donald Trump during the 2016 election to his own benefit. But after these emails were released by Democrats on the House Oversight Committee, Republicans on the same committee decided to drop an additional 20,000 files. And I honestly do not know what their motivations were here. I mean, it's possible that they were doing this to try to defend Trump, maybe try to overwhelm reporters in a desperate attempt to distract from the worst revelations that Democrats were going to release. But I mean, there's already so much more incriminating things in the files that they released about Donald Trump now, like specifically the one about how he knows Donald Trump's dirty business at Jeffrey Epstein. Like, that came from the Republican drop. So I don't know what they're doing, because it doesn't seem like it's very beneficial to Trump if this was indeed an attempt to be a pro-Trump move. But I mean, they haven't done an about face, to be clear, because Donald Trump's administration literally held a meeting in the fucking Situation Room with Lauren Boebert in order to pressure her to withdraw her signature from Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna's discharge petition that would force a vote on the Epstein files in the House. Because now that the government is opening back up again and Adelita Grijalva is going to be the 218th vote after she's sworn in, if they can flip one of the three Republicans, Mace, Green, and Boebert, who signed onto that discharge petition, then they could stop it from passing. And by the time this video even hits YouTube, like, chances are you're going to see so many more revelations that could be even worse than the ones that I just talked about. But even if that's not the case, the emails the Democrats released are incriminating enough. They indicate that the president of the United States was allegedly aware of Epstein's sex trafficking ring, and even suggests that he participated in it and abused kids himself, allegedly. And even though MAGA loyalists are trying to deny this and defend him on Twitter, just like they did about the birthday letter, that he sent to Epstein that was later proven to be true, Trump's reputational fate has already been sealed, whether they want to admit that or not. And anyone still defending Trump at this late date will eventually be attacked for protecting an alleged pedophile. Full stop. So if you're a Republican with political ambitions and you know that this will one day be used against you in an attack ad, what do? Do you jeopardize your credibility for short-term gain and defend a pedophile potentially? Or do you take the temporary hit to your reputation so you can later brag about how you were one of the first to abandon Donald Trump? Decisions. And I should note that morality is not part of their calculation whatsoever. Like, they don't care about doing what's right or wrong. They care about what is going to benefit them the most politically. But Epstein is one of many nails in the eventual coffin of Trump's regime, because he's also violating international law by bombing boats in the Caribbean, and he's threatening to invade Nigeria over false claims of a Christian genocide. He also could be remembered as the president who oversaw a ban on hemp, which destroyed a multi-billion-dollar industry. He's cartoonishly corrupt and used the office of the presidency to rake in billions in personal wealth. And he's not just dumb and petulant and petty. He makes policy decisions literally based on superficial standards of beauty. Superficial standards of beauty, might I add, that he doesn't live up to himself. And I say this because, as the New Republic reports, President Neckpussy ordered immigration officials to deny visas to people for being obese. I guess he's apparently never looked in a mirror himself. But on top of that, I don't think it's too early to declare that he lost the trade war that he launched, with more countries buying from China now than they were before the trade war began. And to all of the MAGA dipshits who claim that this would hurt China more than the US, what do you have to say now? All I hear is crickets from you. See, because Donald Trump, he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. China is playing chess while Trump is playing Candyland and slobbering all over the board like a fucking idiot. And worst of all, he is on track to rack up a higher body count than George W. Bush, if you can believe that. Not only because of the 50,000 Americans that'll die every single year because of the healthcare cuts that he made to finance tax cuts for the rich, but because he is gutting USAID, and it's already killed hundreds of thousands of people in countries like Sudan, specifically almost 200,000 adults and more than 400,000 children, with an average of 88 deaths per hour. And that's on top of the genocide that he's funding in Sudan by arming the UAE's military, who arms the literally. And we haven't even touched on the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza that he's complicit with, which is still occurring, by the way, in spite of the so-called ceasefire that he negotiated. So, like it or not, future history books will regard Donald Trump as one of the worst presidents and one of the most destructive forces in human history, who kneecapped what little progress we were making towards the fight against climate apocalypse at a crucial time. The question is when the rest of society will reach this inevitable conclusion. And I would argue that the answer is sooner rather than later. And he doesn't realize that most Americans, they can look past a lot of shit. They can look past the harm that he's causing to a lot of people so long as it doesn't affect them personally. We all know this. Americans are selfish. They'll excuse authoritarianism, genocide, and racism so long as the economy is doing well and their bellies are full. But Trump is starting to learn the lesson that every other dictator has had to learn the hard way throughout fucking history. Your grip on power will only last so long as the population feels comfortable. If you can't keep them fed or distracted enough to realize that they're going hungry, that is when shit hits the fan. And we've officially entered the phase in Trump's autocratic reign where shit is now hitting the fan. The only real question is whether or not he responds by tightening his grip on power, cracking down more, which means things are going to get worse before they get better, or whether or not his power is just going to collapse entirely because he loses legitimacy and just doesn't have enough power to maintain the hold that he has on the country. I don't know the answer to that question, to be honest, but given how badly he's doing, I think we're all going to find out soon.
I'm gonna come.
Do not come.
Come. Welcome to the Come Zone.
Come.
There's a story about halfway through the Epstein birthday book, written in a child's handwriting, which seems to be titled Uncle F Makes Potty. And it's about a grown man who doesn't know how to use a potty, who defecates on the floor. This story, written by a child, is possibly the most tasteful story in the Epstein birthday book, which was released by the House Oversight Committee last week. I'm not sure if Uncle F was supposed to be Jeffrey Epstein. The handwriting isn't great, and it might be an E rather than an F. But if the story was about Epstein, it highlights how in this book, which was written by his friends and given to him as a birthday gift, almost every story referred to him doing something revolting. I should point out early on that this video is not really appropriate for younger viewers, as I'll be talking about politicians, business leaders, royals, and other ne'er-do-wells. Look, I've signed a number of birthday cards over the years, the kind that gets passed around at an office, and you don't always know the person it's for very well. I've usually written, "Happy birthday, hope you have a great day," or something like that. I might make a joke if I thought that the person would appreciate it. Jeffrey Epstein's birthday book is nothing like that. There were a few polite messages in there. There was a nice note from his mom, for example, but things go downhill very, very quickly. This wasn't exactly a birthday card either. It was 238 pages long for one thing and bound in leather. It appears to have been printed in 3 volumes, probably because of its length, and it was titled The First 50 Years. It was put together by Epstein's now jailed co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell in 2003 as a 50th birthday gift, and it contained messages from billionaires, politicians, Nobel Prize winners, childhood friends, former girlfriends, and a wide circle of Epstein's elite acquaintances. One contributor, the industrialist and Epstein art advisor Stuart Piver, is credited by news sources for writing a limerick about Epstein that sums up the overall tone of the book. It ends, "Though up to no good, whenever he could, has avoided the penitentiary." Among the contributors were people like Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, and the UK's recently sacked ambassador to the United States, Lord Mandelson. The book was created 3 years before Epstein's first abuse allegations became public, but many of its entries suggest that his behavior was an open secret and a source of entertainment for his friends. President Trump initially claimed that the Wall Street Journal made up the book when they wrote about it a few weeks ago, calling it non-existent and fake. He even launched a $20 billion defamation lawsuit against the newspaper, its publisher, and its owner, Rupert Murdoch, who also owns Fox News, a network that's been credited with the rise of President Trump and which is generally supportive of him. This book might never have surfaced if it wasn't for people like J.D. Vance asking, "Where is this letter?" on the Everything app, formerly known as Twitter. Even after the House Oversight Committee released a scan of the book this week, complete with Trump's sketch and signature, the White House, who are possibly taking PR advice from Prince Andrew, continues to claim that the book is a forgery and fake news, released to perpetuate the Democrat Epstein hoax. The book turns out to be much worse than many expected, not just for Trump, but for everyone associated with Epstein. While the birthday book has gotten the most press, it wasn't the only document released by the House Oversight Committee. There's a copy of Epstein's will, a copy of the 2007 non-prosecution agreement, and entries from his address book. On top of all of this, on Thursday, Bloomberg News published an article about the trove of 18,000 personal emails from and to Jeffrey Epstein that they got access to. Those emails contain sometimes chilling details about how Epstein lived and his partnership with Ghislaine Maxwell. The birthday book and other documents raise even more questions about Epstein's influence and how widely known his behavior was amongst his friends and associates. I've read the entire birthday book so that you don't have to. So let's go through what we've learned about Epstein and his associates who contributed to the book, and why this is not just political or a celebrity scandal, and how it actually matters. Before we dig into that, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Surfshark. Surfshark has been my VPN of choice for quite some time now. It's an easy-to-use and affordable VPN app for Windows, Mac, Android, iOS, and more. VPN stands for Virtual Private Network, and when you use one, all of your internet traffic goes through a secure encrypted tunnel, adding a layer of privacy protection, which is particularly important if you use public networks at coffee shops or airports. Surfshark improves your privacy, makes it harder to be tracked online, and can bypass internet censorship. Surfshark doesn't just protect your data, you'll also find that if you log into streaming services from different countries, different content is available. With Surfshark, no matter where in the world you are, you get to take the internet from home with you. Surfshark is fast, reliable, and they don't collect or track your data. The best part is that Surfshark doesn't just protect you, but your whole family too, as they allow unlimited devices to use the one account. There's no risk in trying Surfshark, as they offer a 30-day money-back guarantee. Go to surfshark.com/boil to get 4 extra months of Surfshark VPN. Click the link in the description to sign up today. The birthday book opens with a prologue written by Ghislaine Maxwell in handwriting that's so difficult to decipher it could be mistaken for a doctor's prescription. There's a good chance that Epstein didn't understand a word of it, and after one page of that handwriting, most people would just give up. And that's quite possibly why the FBI had all of this evidence, and obviously much more, but claimed that they couldn't find anything incriminating. Bill Clinton's handwriting is possibly worse than Ghislaine's, and I can't help but wonder if Epstein spent so much time visiting university math departments, not because he was interested in mathematics, but because he was trying to find a code breaker who could decipher his birthday book. Trump is alleged to have referred to Epstein as an enigma, which is quite fitting, as the Enigma machine was a cipher device used in World War II, and this book reads like it was designed as a challenge for Alan Turing. It's not clear to me if these people actually have such terrible handwriting, or if it's just a smart strategy they came up with when they're writing something either inappropriate or to someone inappropriate, where they just scribble on the page and the person who gets the message assumes that it said something nice, but there's nothing incriminating left that can be used as evidence. Trump's strategy was a bit different to Clinton's. His message is clearly typed, so fully legible, but then he follows the Roy Cohn strategy of just denying everything and calling it fake news. So far, that strategy seems to be somewhat working, but the scandal just won't go away.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
The book is structured like a scrapbook and divided into themed sections: family, Brooklyn, girlfriends, children, friends, science, girl-friends, this time with a hyphen between the word girl and friends, then special assistants and business. After Ghislaine's almost undecipherable message, we get into the family section, which is not so bad, but still a little bit weird. It kicks off with Epstein's birth certificate and a few other mementos from his youth, like a Cub Scout graduation certificate, with some undecipherable writing underneath it. There's a strange photo of Epstein, which seems out of place in the family section, with what appear to be armed African soldiers. And Ghislaine has written underneath, "These were your bodyguards before you began trading with presidents and getting the army and secret service to greet you." Now, I'm not sure if that word is trading. Like I said, her handwriting is not easy to read. There are plenty of inappropriate photos, even in the family section, and there's a photo of Epstein and Ghislaine together labeled "The First Date Something 1991. There's a nice letter from his mother that's several pages long where she writes about his youth and tells him that his father would be proud of him. She mentions that he was listed as Bachelor of the Month in Cosmopolitan magazine when he was 27 years old, and in a possibly tongue-in-cheek manner says, "Today you still hold that title," showing some awareness of his reputation with women. In the Brooklyn section, there are a bunch of newspaper cuttings, the first one being about a young Jeffrey Epstein playing the accordion at Carnegie Hall. I can't find much about this section online, but they don't seem like real newspaper articles. They're possibly written by his friends reminiscing about his youth. They've headlines like "Hunchback Dies," "Teen Bitten," and things like that. Some names appear to have been redacted even in these articles. One of the stranger ones, with the headline "Yellow Laundry Mystery Solved," seems to be about a young boy being caught urinating on his neighbor's laundry while it's drying on a clothesline. And I don't know what to tell you about that. On page 57, there's an unsigned handwritten note from a Brooklyn friend who writes about how the author, along with Epstein, their friend Warren Eisenstein, and Epstein's brother Mark, picked up girls on the beach and took them out on a boat, where the author claims to have threatened them with violence and told them to strip off their bathing suits. The same person describes himself and Epstein in bed porking some girls while Epstein is shoveling penicillin down his throat. He further describes going out with Epstein and two very young girls. In this section, there's a partially redacted story headed up "The Rabbi's Daughter," where the author describes bringing a girl to Epstein's mother's house and making her take her top off so we could touch her boobs. Many of the stories about Jeffrey's youth in Brooklyn have strong references to sexual exploitation, some possibly involving minors, with many glorifying Epstein's skills of manipulation. And in reading this, you really have to wonder if these are the fun stories that these people tell of growing up with Jeffrey Epstein, what are the stories that they chose to keep quiet about? In the first of two sections titled "Girlfriends," we start out with a letter from a friend who describes how Epstein participated in peace marches in the 70s because they were the easiest places to get laid. There are intimate pictures of Epstein with women whose faces are redacted, a photo of Epstein with a woman labeled with the quote, "We think he works for the CIA." There's one picture with Ghislaine where she appears to be speaking with a woman whose image is redacted, and the caption, "He promised you what?" There are multiple photos of Epstein in bathtubs with his genitals redacted, and there is this one of Jeffrey in bed wearing Speedos, which was not redacted by the government, but which I redacted as no one needs to see that. The girlfriend section wraps up with Jeffrey and Ghislaine's recreation of the Nirvana Nevermind album cover, and then we move on to the section titled Children. The children section kicks off with the story I mentioned earlier, Uncle F Makes Potty. Then there's a child's drawing of what's possibly a wedding with a bunch of crying children in the background and a little song written over the drawing which contains the line, "Where is the groom? He's in the ladies' room." Was this child aware of what a creep Epstein was? I don't know. A lot of the writing is difficult to read. It does also look like there's possibly the figure of a child drawn in the belly of the possible bride. There are a few other things in this section, photos of what are possibly the children of friends or relatives playing the piano and things like that. And then we move on to the friends section, which is the most disturbing part of the book. The friends section kicks off with a photo of what looks like Epstein and another man. Epstein has a stocking over his head, and the friend is wearing a balaclava. The text underneath reads in part, Jeffrey unveiled his plan. To some, it may have seemed a get-rich-quick scheme, but to me, it was pure genius. Rob and kill was the name of the plan. The first victim to be attacked and brutally plundered, would she want more than that, on the boardwalk in Venice Beach. Broad daylight. The dastardly thieves were never caught. If we keep scrolling, there's a note from Leon Black, the co-founder of Apollo Global Management, who describes Epstein in his contribution as a Vanity Fair poster child, shortened to VFPC. He mentions Epstein's unique tax strategy and recasts him as the hero in Hemingway's Old Man and the Sea, except instead of catching fish, this old man is catching women, blonde, red, or brunette, spread out geographically. I don't really get the impression that Black has actually read the book. A few pages later, there's a letter referring to Epstein as Degenerate 1, and the letter is signed Degenerate 2, aka, and then a redacted name. After that, we have the famous letter from Bill Clinton praising Epstein's childlike curiosity. Luckily, not his curiosity about children, which is what we're most worried about. After that comes a letter from Alan Dershowitz, the longtime Harvard professor and lawyer for celebrities like Epstein, Trump, and O.J. Simpson, who recently lobbied for Ghislaine Maxwell to be granted immunity in exchange for testifying in front of a congressional committee. In the letter, Dershowitz jokes about how he had talked Vanity Fair into changing the focus of an issue from you to Bill Clinton. The next page, then, is a mocked-up cover of Vanity Fair magazine, renamed as Vanity Unfair, with headlines saying that Epstein might have been Jack the Ripper, that he financed the terrorist group Al-Qaeda, along with stories about Jeffrey Epstein's bloody summer and Jeffrey Epstein's redacted word, rampage. Bill Elkus, the founder of the venture capital firm Clearstone, is in there too. In his note, he wrote about a time in 1988 when Epstein visited him in Fairfield, Iowa. He wrote, "It's no secret that Jeffrey appreciates beautiful women, but not many people know that he can create them out of thin air." He then recounts how Jeffrey managed to find a tall, beautiful blonde who returned to New York with Epstein the next day. He writes, "I'll admit to wondering at the time whether Jeffrey somehow arranged the whole episode through some long-distance escort service. He has since told the press that the event had occurred long before any articles came out about Epstein, good or bad." Pretty much every one of the letters contains either an inappropriate story or inappropriate insinuations. Mentions of inspecting the royal schoolgirls' dorms and an old man groping a woman who he mistakenly believed was a call girl that had been gifted to him are mentioned in this letter from a man named Nick. Lord Mandelson, the recently sacked British ambassador to the United States, who was nicknamed the Prince of Darkness in the UK, took up 9 entire pages of the Epstein book, wrapping up his contribution with the statement that Epstein remains his best pal. Now, Mandelson's nickname, the Prince of Darkness, is unrelated to this scandal. It's just a fairly standard John Milton reference, where in the poem Paradise Lost, Milton used the term to show Satan as the embodiment of evil, but it's also used for Peter Mandelson, who Milton wouldn't have known about when writing the poem. Lord Mandelson of Darkness came under pressure over his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein when the birthday book was released, and the scandal snowballed when Bloomberg published a trove of emails between Mandelson and Epstein in which Mandelson expressed support for his friend and offered to discuss his 2008 Florida case with his political contacts. Mandelson's story about regretting having ever met Epstein and minimizing their closeness doesn't really align with referring to him as his best pal in this long note. You don't really write that in the birthday book of someone you aren't all that close to. Former US Senator George Mitchell, who played a critical role in Northern Ireland's peace process, described his friendship with Epstein as a blessing in the book. Mitchell was accused of wrongdoing by Virginia Giuffre a few years ago. Nathan Myhrvold, the former chief technology officer of Microsoft, wrote in his letter that he was ill-prepared to comment on Epstein's lifestyle in any detail, which is probably a wise thing to say. But then he submitted pictures from a recent trip to Africa that showed zebras and lions having sex, along with images of aroused wild animals. It might say something when sending images of zoo porn as a birthday greeting is the most appropriate thing you can think of sending to one of your friends. It might imply that your friend is a bit of a wrong-un. Then we have this image, possibly the most disturbing image in the book, as it really tells you how aware some of Epstein's friends were of his behavior. It's very wise of the artist to have left their masterpiece unsigned. It depicts Epstein in 1983, possibly as a school teacher or just some sort of playground pedo, offering a lollipop to a group of girls, one of whom is holding a bunch of balloons. It's the type of image used to warn children not to take candy from strangers. The next image shows Epstein 20 years later with his jet and island mansion, possibly naked, being massaged by 4 bikini-clad young women, one with a heart tattoo with Epstein's initials inset. At the bottom it says, "What a great country." Now, a few commentators have suggested that this depicts the 3 children 20 years later. But let's be serious. They would have been around 10 years old in the first drawing, then making them at least 30 by the second drawing, which is way too old for Jeff. The artist here isn't depicting the same people, other than Jeffrey, who's gone from trying to lure children into his van with a lollipop while dressed in rags to basically the same thing, but with a private jet. He's just drawn the kids so that we know it's Epstein, but his message is simply that Epstein now has a private jet and an island, and of course the patriotic message, what a great country. Where's Donald Trump in all of this, I hear you asking? Well, he turns up on the next page now that we're desensitized. Here we see Epstein holding a large novelty check made out to him for $22,500, and the signature on the check bears the name DJ Trump. The caption underneath says, "Jeffrey showing early talents with money plus women. Sells, fully depreciated, name redacted, to Donald Trump." According to the BBC, the man in the photo next to Epstein is Joel Pashkow, a member of Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in Florida, and we don't know who the other 2 people are. The New York Times reports that the page was made by Pashkow and the photo was taken at Mar-a-Lago. They say that it relates to a woman who dated both men in the 1990s. This picture has, of course, drawn a lot of press as it refers to someone buying a woman from Epstein, a man who's been accused of trafficking. When we get to the 3rd volume of the Epstein birthday book, we start out with the series of limericks attributed to Stuart Piver, which I mentioned earlier, and then the doodle that Trump denies drawing of a possibly immature girl. Trump's doodle doesn't really stand out in a book filled with creepy innuendos and inappropriate drawings. It's really mostly notable because it was likely created by the current US president, who maintained a decades-long friendship with both Epstein and Maxwell, who now appears to be trying to sweep the entire scandal under the rug. There's no real need for me to read the whole thing out, as I'm sure everyone has heard it already, but it's written as a sort of a strange play in which Trump and Epstein speak back and forth in a cryptic manner about there being more to life than having everything. Donald says, "We have certain things in common, Jeffrey." Jeffrey agrees. Trump says, "Enigmas never age," and wraps up saying, "May every day be another wonderful secret." And I'll allow you to interpret that however you wish. But I think that whether you're on the right or the left, we can all agree that had Trump not made it in politics, he definitely wouldn't have made it as a playwright. The book was, of course, put together in 2003, a few years before any charges had been pressed against Epstein and before Trump had achieved any real success as a reality TV star. At the time, both men were New Yorkers with residences in Palm Beach who regularly showed up in newspaper gossip columns. Trump had only gone bankrupt 4 times by that point and wouldn't go bankrupt again for another year. He wasn't involved in politics at this time either, other than to make donations to various candidates on both the right and left. Next up are, of course, the tit prints, which were specially commissioned by the late economist Henry Rosovsky, who served as Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences at Harvard University, and occasionally as its acting president. A short handwritten note reads, "For the man who has almost everything, but never enough of these." And then on the next 2 pages are the tit prints. Now, a lot of the lazy news coverage is reporting that these are prints of a woman's breasts, but we actually have no way of knowing if this is true or not. Rosovsky passed away almost 3 years ago and can't defend himself. If you Google him, you'll see that he was not a slim man, and he may well have just gone out to an art supply store in Cambridge, picked up some paint, and made his own tit prints, writing to Epstein, "For the man who has almost everything, but never enough of these." For all we know, Rosovsky may have just been another one of Epstein's victims. The tit prints are disturbing one way or another, just in very different ways. Les Wexner, a few pages later, doodled an image of what appears to be a woman's chest, but once again, we don't know. It might be another representation of Rosovsky's chest. This may have been a bit of an inside joke between Epstein and his friends. Who knows? Wexner was one of Epstein's clients and has previously denied having any knowledge of Epstein's crimes prior to the federal investigations, which came a few years after this book. The doodle can only be described as a poor effort from Wexner, who paid huge sums of money to Epstein for money management services and tax advice, but then he can't even go to the effort of making his own tit print like Rosovsky did. The guy was running Victoria's Secret at the time, and this was the best that he could do. After that, we have the science section. Jeffrey Epstein was known to have spent time with a number of important scientists, as well as that Eric Weinstein guy who won't stop talking about it. Going through the science section, I didn't find any hugely inappropriate content. There was plenty of flattery, possibly because Epstein was a big donor, but the science section is maybe the tamest section in the whole book. After that, we have the girl-friend section, which is just really strange, as Ghislaine Maxwell, who seems to have been a girlfriend of Epstein, was collecting all of these notes from other girlfriends, which just had to be a bit weird. There are lots of redacted photos in this section, this one being a good example, where the author includes a photo and writes, "Can't get a second of privacy with you and the camera around, ha ha." Some of the entries are quite weird. One contributor writes, "I want to cut you into bird head pieces and chew them between my molars until I suck all the blood and juice out of you. No stew, just raw." In this section, there are pages of redacted bikini photos and possibly nudes. The contributions from assistants were quite similar, with lots of bikini shots and hints at sexual relationships. They don't really seem like employer-employee messages. In the business section, one standout message is from a guy named Elliot Wolk, who appears to have worked with Epstein at Bear Stearns. He writes, "I was running an account for Bob Maxwell," Ghislaine Maxwell's father. "You always had the ability to know everyone and be charming. Was that when you first discovered the Maxwell teenage daughter?" Once again, really strange, and stranger when you realize that Ghislaine collected these messages and put them together in a book. A BBC article points out that there are ongoing questions about the timeline of when Epstein and Maxwell's relationship first began, and the birthday book adds just another layer of doubt to the story that they first met in 1991. The final chapter of the book is titled The Next 50 Years, and it's just 2 pages long. It wraps up with a photo of Epstein on a hammock on what appears to be his private island. Maxwell signs off with, "Know when you're winning, the next 50 years will be even more wonderful." That didn't turn out to be true. Jeffrey Epstein died under suspicious circumstances in a prison 16 years later, and Ghislaine Maxwell is today serving a 20-year sentence for conspiring to traffic minors. All in all, around 150 people contributed to the birthday book, from well-known public figures to lesser-known family members and friends. Each of the contributors has denied any wrongdoing in connection with Epstein, and many have expressed regret that they knew him at all. The White House has denied that Trump created the image that bears his name and signature. The book is not the proof that many were hoping it would be, but one fairly obvious takeaway is that it doesn't appear that Epstein made much of an effort to hide his terrible behavior. I don't see the release of this book leading to any prosecutions, as all of the messages were written using innuendo with cryptic references rather than outright admissions of criminality. Reading the book, you get the distinct impression that his friends knew exactly what he was up to, but there's no smoking gun. A number of the contributors have already died, but the book shows us a wealthy clique who were aware of and possibly amused by Epstein's interest in very young women. They were also aware of his generally awful behavior. Reading the entries, I'm reminded of Father Mapple's sermon in Moby Dick, when he tells the story of Jonah and the whale. In the sermon, the captain who ferries Jonah is described by Father Mapple as a man whose discernment detects crime in any, but whose cupidity exposes it only in the penniless. Melville continues, sin that pays its way can travel freely and without a passport, whereas virtue, if a pauper, is stopped at all frontiers. Epstein's fortune opened doors for him and silenced any doubts. The captain in Melville's tale tests Jonah's purse before judging his character. In the same way, Epstein's associates are interested in the benefits of his company than the consequences of his actions. The book is filled with tributes that reflect admiration, indulgence, and a willingness to overlook or even joke about behavior that amongst most people would have raised real alarms. There's a misconception among certain people that the Epstein case is just a tabloid scandal, salacious, irrelevant, and disconnected from the concerns of everyday people. That's definitely what's put forth by people who don't like that someone they admire is included. But the reason this scandal won't go away and why people across the political spectrum continue to demand answers is because at its core lies something far more serious than just gossip: the two-tiered system of justice in America and the legal immunity that we seem to afford the nation's elites. Crimes are committed at every level of society. The issue isn't that elites commit more crimes, it's that they're often shielded from consequences when they do. If someone steals a loaf of bread to feed themselves, they'll be prosecuted. But billion-dollar crypto scams involving celebrities or political insiders are routinely ignored by the legal system. And because those with wealth and influence have greater reach, the harm that they cause can ripple far beyond their immediate circles, affecting everyone. There's always been a strange gap in Epstein's story, which I covered in my earlier video, which I think was called Follow the Money. This gap is very noticeable in the birthday book too. His friends bring up his immense wealth over and over again, but there's no explanation or discussion of where it came from or how it appeared so suddenly. Epstein's resume is quite thin for someone of his wealth and influence. He had a brief stint at Bear Stearns, leaving under unclear circumstances, and never held a formal role at any other financial institution. He wasn't a hedge fund manager, he wasn't a tax expert, and he wasn't a lawyer. And yet, he was supposed to be providing investment and tax advice to some of the wealthiest people in the world who could have hired the best advisors for much lower fees than they appear to have been paying Epstein. He, out of nowhere, accumulated hundreds of millions of dollars, owned multiple properties in New York, Florida, New Mexico, Paris, and the Virgin Islands. The internet is filled with theories of how he made this money. Some claim that he was a pimp, but pimping just isn't that profitable. It's not going to make you a billion. Others say that he was a blackmailer, but I would think that blackmailing billionaires and presidents would be a good way to get yourself killed. It also doesn't make sense that people would be friends with their blackmailer and write birthday greetings in a book that further incriminate themselves. Others claim that he was an intelligence asset, possibly a foreign spy running honeypots for foreign governments, or maybe they even worked for the CIA. This doesn't hold up either, as why would an intelligence agency give him so much money? If Epstein was working for a government, he was the most overcompensated spy in history. There are other theories that he was an arms dealer, but if that was true, the government would know about it, and there'd be no good reason to keep that a secret. I don't believe that he had dirt on all of his elite friends, or at least I don't believe that he was using the dirt he had as leverage, as if that was true, these people wouldn't so obviously enjoy hanging out with him. If he filmed people engaging in illegal activities with children, he would be just as incriminated as they were. After all, he arranged the meetings and hid the cameras. It's pretty obvious that the US government has the tools to trace all of his money. Banks are required to report all transfers above $10,000, and the IRS can track wire transfers. The SEC can also subpoena trading records, and the Department of Justice can compel testimony. If they wanted to know who paid Epstein and why, they could easily find out. But they say that they haven't found anything, and that silence is quite telling. Now, some of this could be partially blamed on incompetence within these agencies. Some of the top law enforcement agencies are run by podcasters, drunks who wear novelty socks, and children's book authors with no prior law enforcement expertise. But we must remember that before being given these roles, these people all talked about how they were going to release the files, likely with the idea that doing so would expose their political rivals. After taking office, they suddenly got very quiet. There are claims that Epstein was unusually smart, but one thing that amused me in his address book was that he seemed to have had different email addresses for each of his different homes. This was in 2003. Email wasn't exactly a new technology then. People understood how it worked. I mean, the BlackBerry existed. How exactly did Epstein think email worked? He's meeting up with Nobel Prize-winning scientists, but somehow thinks that the postman brings his emails to a house and types them out for him. His address book is quite long, but on the same page that he keeps record of the email addresses of his various homes, he also has notes about the Israeli Prime Minister's Secret Service personnel, the phone number of a scout for young females, and the contact details of David Copperfield, in brackets, magician, so as it won't be mixed up with David Copperfield, Dickensian character, I suppose. I guess stage magicians are just children's party entertainers who got a bit too successful. When we look at the information released by Bloomberg about Epstein's emails, they show the methodical and callous approach that he took to recruiting teenage girls. His usually female contacts, they report, sent him steady streams of photographs and descriptions of women like this one. Nice personality, student, a little curvy, Russian, 19. Epstein would then reply with a brief yes or no. In some cases, he was more expansive, fat and Asian, sorry, he wrote in one email. The Epstein birthday book, his non-prosecution agreement, his last will and testament, along with his address book, are now part of the public record. The people who've been minimizing the nature of their friendships with him are less credible than ever before. I'm not sure that the government agencies will ever release the results of their investigations into Epstein, as the system that protected him still exists. In my opinion, the public deserves answers, not just about Epstein, but about the system that made him possible. If you found this video interesting, you should watch my video on the Great Mortgage Divide next. Don't forget to check out our sponsor, Surfshark, using the link in the description. Talk to you in the next video. Bye.
Drives an entrepreneur to create? Is it fear?
I think you cannot think straight if you have fear in you.
Because on the other side of our fears are our greatest results.
The need to prove something?
It wasn't until
Jeffrey Epstein.
How you guys doing? God damn. I've been working. I've been burning. Oh shit. Lights on. What's up, Vic? Turn that off. Oh shit, I got this thing here. Look, little case here. All right, I got a desk burnt and broken down, so every day a little bit. Every day a little bit. All right. That was a movie about my life. Goddamn, it smelled like fire. My wife's gonna love it. I gotta go wash my clothes. My wife's not gonna let me put my clothes. What's going on here? What's going on here?
As MAGA is currently imploding and quite literally burning to the ground right now, Donald Trump was
Oh shit.
caught over this weekend in multiple social media videos partying, laughing it up in lavish style at Mar-a-Lago. I mean, this is the third week straight that we've now covered the Trump Marie Antoinette saga that's now starting to look more like when Nero played the fiddle while Rome burned in the Great Fire. Though, as an ancient history nerd, I will say that is not a true story because Nero actually never played the fiddle, he played the lyre, which is kind of fitting here because MAGA is currently being played by the biggest liar in history, Donald Trump. He claims he's not in the Epstein files, he's in the Epstein files. He claims he's working hard for Americans, he gets caught partying with billionaires and crashing a wedding at Mar-a-Lago. Hell, I mean, apparently he's even been lying this whole time about how much he actually likes what used to be his #1 fan, MAGA Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Let's see what happens.
Greene said her life could be at danger because of the rhetoric.
Her life is in danger? Who's that?
Marjorie Taylor Greene, she says.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. I don't think her life is in danger. Frankly, I don't think anybody cares about her.
And we'll break down more of that Marjorie Taylor Greene, Donald Trump breakup in a second because it ties into all these people who are now burning MAGA hats over the Trump betrayal. But I want to show you what he was up to this weekend that's going to get them even more mad. He apparently went to Mar-a-Lago and crashed these newlyweds' wedding in the creepiest way.
This is Mar-a-Lago. How good? This is a good-looking couple. Take your picture and use it in a hotel ad. He's going to get you the Eric Mataki. I want to talk to him about getting
Oh my God.
Yeah, wow, frankly, I'm just surprised he didn't try to grope the bride or grab her by the pussy, I guess. But that wasn't all, folks, right? It's bad enough he's just effing off and going down to Mar-a-Lago every other weekend while the country crashes and quite literally burns, as we'll see in a second, and I can show you here. Now, apparently, he lingered around and went to a fancy dinner. I don't know if this was part of the wedding or separate at Mar-a-Lago as well, while his base was imploding, and he was caught here sitting next to an illustrious billionaire. Wonder what they were talking about. Take a look at this and then we'll dive a little deeper.
So Mr. Trump is sitting right next to my table.
Yeah, you got the classic Mar-a-Lago face lady there. You actually could see it looked like the same security man or whatever from the wedding. So I don't know if that's Donald Trump's personal security, but people were quick to point out that this guy that he's sitting with here, that you can see in this image here, that is Australian billionaire Anthony Pratt, with whom Trump allegedly shared nuclear secrets. Remember when that was a big scandal? Australian billionaire Anthony Pratt, who allegedly received U.S. nuclear secrets from Donald Trump and shared them with dozens of people, is packing his bags to move from down under to the U.S. following Trump's successful re-election bid. And all it cost, folks, was just a quick $5 billion investment pledge from the guy who's a packaging magnate, which is really gonna bring back jobs because everyone and their mothers is going out to apply to become a packager. All those MAGA folks who hate immigrants, they are gonna just go absolutely buck wild to go package things, because that's the work they want to do. So, of course, this wasn't all, right? Trump also went and had some fun at his Mar-a-Lago golf course, using taxpayer money to drive his motorcade all the way down and go to West Palm Beach. You know who had a house in West Palm Beach? Funny story about that. Go play golf while waving at the peasants. He was joined by a very happy Lindsey Graham, and some of his Republican buddies turned out to be, look at this, Chairman Joe Gruters, the chairman of the RNC, after they just lost landslide elections across the country. Wow, all that taxpayer money is being put right into Trump's pockets and not good use. Now, of course, this is all going on under the backdrop of MAGA absolutely burning. You have the fight between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Donald Trump, but quite literally, just like it went viral back in July, we now have even more people who are posting to social media and burning their MAGA gear, like these people here.
All right, so this is a Trump 2020 hat. And if you're just going to be owned by the Jews and go against everybody that actually is America first,
and cover for pedophiles,
then you can fuck off, Trump. You're losing people quick. What else do we got? We got some hoodies.
We're burning those in the big fire.
Oh, we're gonna put those in the big fire?
Yeah, those are two polyester.
We got a Ultra MAGA shirt. We've got tons of flags. We got way more hats.
We don't have the flags anymore. I threw those away.
Oh, you threw the flags away already? Good. Oh yeah, there's some good kindling.
Yeah.
These are from the very first Trump rally we ever went to in 2017 when he came to Topeka, Kansas, and did a rally for Chris Kobach. Throw him in there, piece of shit. Have a good life with all your Jew owners.
Some from 2020, some from 2016.
Fuck you.
You sure as fuck aren't making America proud right now. And for the record, we stand with MTG and Massey.
I mean, pun intended, but like, Jesus Christ, the amount of anti-Semitic MAGA fuckery there just shows that even when these people start to get like a little bit of the point, like they start to catch on, they're still pretty horrible, atrocious people at the bottom of it all. I mean, it takes a certain type of person, I'm sure, to get that much political propaganda for Donald Trump in the first place, and then another type of person to burn things like political propaganda. Like, they're probably the type of people that go out and burn, I don't know, like a sports jersey when their team moves or something like that. But yeah, a way to just like actually get some of the point and still be such a wrong and horrible human being. Yeah. Which is exactly how I personally feel about Marjorie Taylor Greene, right? She can go on and she can apologize, for stoking so much hate in this country, but it doesn't change anything that she's said in the past, all the atrocious conspiratorial bullshit that she's pushed out there, anti-Semitic stuff, conspiracy shit, hounding David Hogg after school shootings. Like, she's always been a Republican and a MAGA person, and that's gonna take a hell of a lot more atonement than saying, I'm sorry for my rhetoric. No, you're a fucking garbage person. Broken clock can be right twice a day. And I'm glad she's turning on Trump, because Trump is being an absolute fucking dick to her. Like, she's garbage, but she doesn't deserve to have to go get personal security. Listen to what she posted earlier today. I'm sure you've heard about, like, the ongoing stuff, her releasing the Jeffrey Epstein text. Well, today, after Marjorie announced that she got personal security, she said the hoax pizza deliveries have started now to my house and my family members. Update, we also received a pipe bomb threat on my construction company's office building. President Trump's unwarranted and vicious attacks against me were a dog whistle to dangerous radicals that could lead to serious attacks on me and my family. She goes on and on saying that she's not a traitor, but remember how they were all like, oh, it's the radical leftists. They're the left, they're the violent ones. Marjorie is literally admitting here that Trump's sycophants, his dick-sucking Twitter bot boys, are sicking themselves on her. I mean, it is utter insanity. And like, as good as this is to see of the MAGA world imploding, they're turning on Trump, they have like a mascot in Marjorie Taylor Greene, I guess, it is still a pretty terrifying, overarching situation here. Like, Marjorie Taylor Greene should not be the good guy. We should not be siding with her. Sure, I will encourage her to turn against President Trump. I will encourage her to try to atone for all the terrible things she's done in the past. But it's going to take a lot more than just saying, oh, Trump's attacking me. And I think that is...
See, that's really cool. MAGA is feeling the fucking MAGA, right? The terrorists are MAGA. MAGA are the fucking American Taliban. They're extremists, they're radicals, and look, oh, someone left the cult, you're gonna start, putting pipe bomb threats and pizza, fake pizzas. It's so funny. Karma is a bitch. Oh, fucking hell yeah, Tony. Karma is a bitch, Margie. Now you understand all your fucking hate and all your fucking rhetoric, what it did to people, innocent people, all your, now you're, karma's a bitch. Yeah, bitch slap. Yeah, but she's starting to get it. Now she's starting to understand. And she was part of this cult. She was part of this nonsense. Now she realizes that, that her constituency, which are poor, which need Medicaid and Medicare, they must be, her phone must be blowing up every fucking day with all her constituency fucking crying about their, losing their Medicaid, their insurance, how they're dying, how they can't get care, how, it's just horrific. Really is horrific. Yeah, Nazis are turning on Nazis, and they have to chew up another little piece of their party to make the others look, How's it a mental breakdown? It's you motherfuckers breaking down there, Beach. You're a fake fuck Christian. You are a pedo-loving Nazi. That's what you are, dude, Stingray. I'm a Republican, right? I'm a Republican. But I voted Democrat. You're just a bitch, Rhino. You're a Republican in name. There's nothing Republican about you. You're a member of a fucking cult. You are a member of a fucking cult, Stingray. That's what you are. A MAGA schmuck. Just a piece of shit, fake fuck Christian. You hold up, oh, I love Jesus. Oh, God, but you don't follow any of Jesus's teachings. You don't follow it. You're a fake fuck Christian. You're like the Japanese. Japanese like to wear Christian paraphernalia, memorabilia. Which is it? Memorabilia, right? Like cross earrings and necklace. They wear that shit. They're fake fuck Christians. They're Buddhists in Japan. But they love wearing Christian shit. They think it's kind of cool. That's what you are. You're no different than a fucking Buddhist wearing Christian ornaments. You fake fuck Christian. You fucking douchebag. Look at the motherfucker. Look at the dipshit. Oh man, are you angry? Being a fake fuck Christian? Oh, you're pedo lover? Fucking pedo lover. That's right, Eagle. Trump isn't he's far enough, right? He's a fucking Israel dog. He's not right enough for you, Eagle. MAGA unintelligent people. They are. They are completely unintelligent people. Yeah, I mean, that's right. I mean, the MAGA Christian doesn't, I mean, they don't even understand what, you know, the origin of Christian. Christian means to be like Jesus. It's to say, what would Jesus do? What would Jesus do? Live a life with what would Jesus do? These motherfuckers are just fake fuck Christians. They're just wearing the memorabilia, Christian memorabilia, holding up the Bible, you know, just faking it. Fake it till you make it, right, Stingray? Right? Right, Stingray? Stingray, the fake fuck Christian. God, Stingray, what is it like to be so fucking miserable? To be such a fuck turd, Stingray? Yeah, exactly, Mickey. Right? He would. Oh, let's put all of these individuals. There you go. Give you your wings so you can whack a stingray. If you feel like whacking a stingray, Michael, whack a stingray. Dude, they have Japan spends the third most money on their fucking military. Eagle. They spend the third. They spend more money on military than Europe does. Right? They're the third biggest. America, China, Japan. That's the order. So now Japan doesn't have a military. They just spend the third most money. But they don't have a military. But they're the third largest military budget in the world. Hey Joe, feel free to. Well, you have to. When you can't count on America anymore, you got to build up your own military. Dude, I want Japan to get nukes. They need to fucking get nukes. They're already starting to talk about it. We need nukes. Every country needs nukes if you want to survive. Look at North Korea. The only reason why them bitches, look what happened to Ukraine. If Ukraine would have kept their nukes, you think fucking Russia would ever have fucking done anything to them? Fuck no. Fuck no. We need more nukes. Nukes, nukes, nukes. You know, let's all play fucking chicken. Let's get more nukes in the world. Because we definitely aren't going the other way. You know, look what happened to Ukraine. They got fucked giving up their nukes. The moon is cheese. I eat the moon. What we got here? Edward. I can't imagine having such abominable ideas that women won't fuck you anymore. I mean, seriously, there are women out there that will fuck anything except for MAGA. I mean, yeah, there are women like, oh yeah, but not MAGA. Oh no, MAGA, poor MAGA. All these dudes. I mean, have you seen? I've been watching some of the ICE videos. Oh my God, what the fuck happened here? What the fuck happened here? God damn! Look at this shit. Look at this shit, dude. Look at that shit. God. What the fuck happened here? My road. This is my fucking road. What the fuck, dude? What the fuck? This is my fucking road. I own this road. Yeah, it was. They trusted America. Obama said he would protect them. Right? You don't trust anyone. Don't trust anyone. I mean, look at America right now. Obama's like, oh yeah, we'll protect you, give up your nuclears. Ukraine's big mistake. Now look at all the people that died. They should have said, yeah, we're getting rid of them. And then they would have gone, boop, boop. Nope, we never got rid of them. I gotta get out of my overalls. Damn it, Mikey. Good use for CDs. You put them on end to end so they're both shiny, right? See, they're just hanging. No birds will touch that. And I got little bottles right here. Look, bottles. So my tree's covered. What are you saying about shadow banning? I'm talking about Jane. I need to turn off. Translate my videos into other languages because it hears the swear words and it automatically. I need to change that. I do. They don't want to come. God damn, it's hot in here. Gotta get to eat a donut. I get to eat the last donut. Mmm. Mmm. I post on LinkedIn too. Shadow ban there too. There you go, Jack. Yeah. Mmm. Japanese donut. It's leftover food. I gotta eat it. No, this donut doesn't have filling. Shit. Well, I got my milkshake still here. And my morning milkshake. Got tar, look, I got tar. I don't know how I got tar on. I always get tar on my fucking. Yeah. Oh, do I have a beer in the fridge? Maybe I have a beer in the fridge. That. Hello. Asahi beer. It's my birthday beer. It's my birthday beer, Joe. God damn, that's good.
Is part and parcel for why this MAGA turning on Trump strikes me as so disingenuous. Or not disingenuous, but so inherently problematic. Because the only reason they're actually turning on him now is because it's affecting them. And that's kind of terrifying. Because really, the only way I see this ending with MAGA this upset and doing that kind of stuff is the way that this video I shared from a couple weeks ago that is AI generated scarily and prophetically put it.
And that was the end of the first phase of democracy as laid out by the founding fathers, and the beginning of healing.
David, the movie. I will not be
For months, the White House has been doing somersaults trying to distract from what has now become a scandal so combustible that it's creating fissures within the Republican Party. A small but powerful group of otherwise Trump loyalists is siding with Democrats, demanding the release of files that may offer greater transparency into the influence and connections of the late sex offender, Jeffrey Epstein.
They know he's a pedo.
And speaking of fissures, Democrats are wrestling with their own, between moderate senators who brokered the deal to end the government shutdown and the progressive wing of the party, which hope to hold the line. Joining me tonight to discuss this and more, Natalie Andrews is a White House correspondent at the Wall Street Journal. Nancy Cordes is chief White House correspondent for CBS News. Andrew Desiderio is a senior congressional reporter for Punchbowl News. And Jeff Mason is White House correspondent for Reuters. Thank you all for joining me so much. It is quite an eventful week, definitely. Natalie, I want to start with you. The House Oversight Committee released thousands of documents related to the Jeffrey Epstein on Wednesday. Democrats first released 3, and House Republicans then followed and released a larger tranche. Can you tell us a little bit about what these new emails reveal? Obviously, something the White House has not wanted to touch for a while, and a scandal that continues to kind of overshadow a lot of their messaging.
Primarily, it's that Donald Trump's name is in them, right? This is something that he's tried to distance himself from, and with the release of documents with his name, with his associates, you really can't distance yourself from this growing issue anymore. You're right there. And then also in the documents, we saw names of many, many other people. And we saw really how Jeffrey Epstein communicated with these people in a revealing way for someone who's, past. We don't really understand his relationships with a lot of people, and the documents gave us an insight into that.
Definitely important to mention that just because people are mentioned in these documents, it doesn't mean that there was any wrongdoing. But still, Jeff, the White House has been trying to bear this story for months now, and genuinely would have preferred that President Trump's name doesn't appear anywhere, even if there is no immediate suspicion of wrongdoing. So tell us, how has the White House been acting in the last 2 or 3 days?
Defensive, I think is a fair way to describe it. The White House was very unhappy with the fact that this became the story in a week when they actually see it as a pretty big success that the shutdown has ended and that the Republicans had stuck together and that Democrats ended up, or at least some Democrats ended up folding. And then at the first briefing that Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, has, the first second after the shutdown is on its way to ending, most of the questions, or at least at the beginning of the briefing, were all about Jeffrey Epstein.
I mean, she actually had that briefing scheduled, and then the emails dropped that morning. She got hammered.
Yeah, she did. And she called it a Democratic hoax, which is in line with how the president has described this entire affair. She accused the media of sort of giving oxygen to the story. But it's not going away. And in part, it's not going away because it's not just Democrats who are interested. It's his base. It's the president's base. And I think it's worth reminding everyone that it's President Trump who on the campaign trail promised to get all of these documents released. And as a result of him promising that and others within his orbit saying, hey, this stuff is going to come out, that created a lot of expectation from his supporters that these documents would come out and that there was really something interesting inside them. And now they're not delivering it, and that is hurting him politically with a group of people that normally are willing to forgive nearly anything he says or does.
A lot to unpack as far as the response within his own party. But first, Nancy, President Trump reacted on Friday to these emails finally coming out. He took to Truth Social saying that he would ask Attorney General Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice, together with great patriots at the FBI, to investigate Jeffrey Epstein's involvement in relationship with a number of people. He listed them: Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, and other organizations as well. Want to since mention he has actually said that he did ask the Attorney General to launch an investigation. So, this is not the first time we've seen the president go after his opponents on a number of issues. But is there anything here to these particular individuals and organizations?
Just a few months ago, the DOJ and FBI said there wasn't. In fact, they announced back in July that there was no evidence to investigate anyone else linked to Jeffrey Epstein. And now, today, just a couple of hours after President Trump posted that he wanted his Attorney General and the FBI.
God, look how dark this tea is. It's been cooking all day.
All Democrats or
really nice.
People with ties to Democrats. Immediately, the Attorney General said, yes, thank you, Mr. President. We will do so. We will conduct an investigation. She even announced that it was going to be conducted by the U.S. Attorney of the Southern District of New York. So this is another case of President Trump saying, I would like my Justice Department to investigate someone who I view as a foe or someone from the opposing party, and his DOJ doing it, which we've gotten
investigate whether he fucking did he suck your dick? But did you suck Bubba's dick? Mr. President, did you suck Bubba's dick?
That they were trying to influence the Justice Department and the judicial branch, and it's just a very different situation.
Did you suck Bubba's penis?
Suspicion among observers is that she's probably just being a loyal soldier, not necessarily that she knows something. Or the
Treaty, how am I supposed to be treated?
There's no indication.
You're right. I should be.
Anything new that has arisen.
Here, I'm gonna treat. Here's my special tea.
In the documents,
all you can drink.
Like President Trump is, because they
Get
have,
that.
conversations with Jeffrey Epstein.
This is super.
As with President
Super
Trump,
duper
there's
tea.
nothing in these emails that the House Oversight
You hear
Committee
nothing.
got from the Epstein estate.
Why?
That sheds any new light on any kind of criminal behavior that we didn't know about before.
Good.
So, and the president, in his request to DOJ, basically said, hey, I want you to look at the Democrats. Don't look at me. In fact, he called it the Epstein hoax. So on one hand, he's saying, this is all a hoax. There's nothing to see here. And then on the other hand, he's saying, well, maybe it isn't a hoax. Maybe you need to
It's
investigate.
a hoax if it has to do with them.
Yeah.
Right.
Trying to move attention elsewhere.
All of this into consideration, Andrew, now looking ahead, Speaker Mike Johnson said that he is going to...
This is like apple vinegar.
On the discharge
Like apple
petition
vinegar?
To compel, basically, a vote to compel the Department of Justice to release the remainder of the files. Interestingly enough, this discharge petition has garnered support from a number of Republicans that were MAGA devotees, for lack of a better term. So can you tell folks who haven't been following closely, who are these people and where does that stand?
Well, it's interesting because you mentioned at the beginning that these are otherwise very fierce Trump allies. Ever since it was announced that the discharge petition got the votes to come to the floor, other Republicans, like Andy Biggs, for example, right, a Republican from Arizona, a very fierce ally of Donald Trump, announced that they would actually support the bill on the floor when it comes to a vote, which is going to be probably on Tuesday. At this point, it's a free vote, essentially, because we already know it has the votes to pass because it has a majority of signatures on a majority of members of the House. But there is some frustration at how Republican leaders have handled this. Jeff, you were talking about how on Wednesday, the day the shutdown was ending, the White House wanted to talk about that. They wanted to talk about the fact that they felt like they had just scored a victory against Democrats. And then what did they have to talk about? Jeffrey Epstein, right? But it wasn't just because of the emails that came out. It was because the new member from Arizona, Elise Grijalva, was sworn in. Speaker Johnson had held out for almost 2 months on swearing her in. He could have done that much earlier. The storyline would have been, okay, she's 218th signature. It now has a majority. Next time the House is in session, that's when this vote is going to happen. But instead, that is actually what triggered this becoming a story once again when the House finally came back into session because Speaker Johnson kept them out of session for so long. And I will say there is some Republican frustration at James Comer as well. He's the chairman of the House Oversight Committee. He essentially tried to dissuade Republicans from signing this discharge petition by saying, okay, we, the Oversight Committee, are going to try to get some of these documents. Well, these documents that got released on Wednesday, that Democrats released, came from that very effort that James Comer, as the chairman of the committee, initiated. So a lot of Republicans feel like their leadership hasn't handled this issue very well. Could have gotten past it sooner. Again, this effort is going to die when it gets to the Senate anyway. And now we're going to be talking about it for longer.
I mean, Natalie, Andrew says this is inevitably going to pass in the House. So then what happens? Does the Senate take this up? How does it work from there?
Probably not. So it will probably come up in discussions with reporters, with Senate Republican leadership. Thune, Senate Majority Leader, will certainly be asked about it, but it's not in his best interest, right, to put every Republican senator on record voting how they feel about this issue. It's dicey. That's why a lot of Republicans in the House don't want to have to take this vote next week. They don't want to go on record saying they don't want to see, how do you game that out, right? I don't want to see the files, but wait, now Donald Trump's talking about the Democrats, so maybe I do. Senators will be asked about it. They may try to UC it. Democrats may try to put it on the floor and try to pass it by unanimous consent. A Republican ally of Trump will surely object to that and turn it down, so it's not likely to go further.
But I think this dynamic that Andrew and Natalie are describing is what really set President Trump off and what made him so mad that he called on DOJ to start investigating Democratic friends of Jeffrey Epstein's, because it was one thing when it was just these 4 House Republicans signing on to this discharge petition. But now you've got all these other House Republicans saying, Well, yeah, I'll vote for it if it comes up for a vote next week. I want to see the Epstein files released, or my constituents want to see them released, and Trump sees that as disloyalty, even though they don't necessarily want to see the Epstein files because of him. You know, they've all argued, well, if he's got nothing to hide, then why does he care if the Epstein files get released or not? They want them released because this is something that is important to their base.
I mean, it was really...
It's a bad vote to vote against transparency, essentially, right? And you could see a jailbreak of Republicans as a result. But again, it only took those 4 to get it actually to the floor because you're bypassing the speaker.
And it's just this is an issue that's been at a low-level simmer in Republican circles during the Biden administration. And I don't know if the whole world necessarily realized that, but a lot of folks that are constituents in these Republican districts, they want to see them.
I mean, what does this say ultimately for what's going on? I mean, we're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene as one of them. I'm old enough to remember Marjorie Taylor Greene wearing a Make America Great Again hat during President Biden's, speech in Congress. And now, she is speaking out against President Trump. But someone who has actually gotten more attention this week is Lauren Boebert, the Republican from Colorado. White House reaching out to her in particular. Jeff, what was going on there?
So the reporting was that she was meeting with the White House because they were trying to talk her out of putting her name onto that discharge petition. She said that she didn't feel pressure.
Angry wives are not nice to deal with, right, Joe?
This is about transparency. Is it good that the White House years left in office. These are people who want to stick around longer than that. And their base cares about this. And so they're not letting it go.
This is certainly something that we're going to continue to watch in the days to come.
I gotta get the house ready for Mama. Gotta get her ice. She want to be drinking. She had a long day. Got her ice. That's right. That is right, James. Japanese men don't do dishes. Japanese men don't do dishes. And now let's make sure she's got her alcohol. Where's her big old alcohol can? Did she drink it all? Oh, there. Oh, she loves that. Look at it, ready for her. When she drinks this first. You gotta get the fizzy water. Get the fizzy water. Fill that up and refill it. Fill that up and refill it. Get that soda stream. All right, got the fizzy water. All right, Mama's set. Look. Look, she got her out. Look, she got her starter. Here's her starter. That's what my wife drinks. This right here, 7%. Then she's got her shochu. Her shochu, which is 25%. Put this away here. And then she's got her little cheese snacks. Look. Clean up the table a little bit. What do you say? I'm psychic. I was psychic. 21 years ago, I had a vision that America was going to have some Nazi. I was psychic. This is good. How about you, Reborn? Are you loving Trump? Are you one of those fake fuck Christians, people loving Nazis? Yeah, 21 years ago, I had this vision. I had this orange motherfucker was going to lead America. And I thought, oh my God, I got to get out. Not exactly, but. A little jelly, square little jelly babies. Oh, I better fix that curtain. Look at that. She comes home. Sees that curtain, her brand new curtain, not quite sitting right. It'll be all over. It'll be game over. No cake for my birthday. Everyone forgot about my birthday. You know who didn't forget about my birthday? My mother-in-law. They were at the boxing match. And she was like to my wife, oh, it's Michael's birthday today. And my wife was like, no, 18th. So my mother-in-law changed I got it wrong. I thought it was the 16th. She changed her entry. And then my wife realized, no, that's Tommy's birthday in April. Mikey's the 14th, Tommy's the 18th, and I'm the 16th. I'll go. I don't celebrate my birthday anymore. Quit about 10 years ago. That way I stay young. It was a secret. But Mikey won his boxing. Well, guys, it's 5 o'clock. Thank you. I'm going to go Let's see if the I wonder if my app, if the AI fixed my app. Cool. Oh, cool, it's working. Look. How can I do this? How can I do this? Look, here's my got junk. See here, this has been fixed, by the way. But if I start here, go. I need to fix this. Tell you about it, right? So it's like, oh, that's see. Look, I can take a picture. Allow. All right, I'm selling this right here. I'm gonna sell that. Boom. Oh, it's free top. Okay. I go here. This is all mine, right? Oh, I'm gonna sell. Take a picture. Okay, I'm gonna take that here. My little knife stand. Free. I can go like turn that on. So now everything should be free. Oh, I'm gonna sell this little right there. Take that. Right. Everything's free now. Take a picture of that. You know, take that. Boom. It's free. So now when I go here, right, I can see the objects, all items. I can sort, right? I need to sort that, fix this here, actually. So this is the app I'm finding. And then on here, you've got, look, all right? You can, on the map here, you guys looking? On the map here, if you go dash, dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. God damn it. Dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, 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 dash, dash, dash. God damn it. I can't get the thing to unlock. Dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. Maybe down here. Dot, 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 dash, dash, dash. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. It's kind of hard. Try again. Dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. Dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. What the fuck? Dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. Dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. Dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. I guess the damn thing's not working. Dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. Dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. God damn it. God damn it. What's going on? Dot, 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 dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. All right, I got to figure out another way to unlock it. I don't know, dude. dash, 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 dot, dot, dot. I think my damn thing's broken. I don't know. My Easter egg is not unlocking. So here, if I go here, I can go, yeah, I can double click on this, right? And I go, look, I want this. Oh, I want that too, right? So then I go to my shopping cart, right? I can go, yeah, I want that. What happened? The checkout's not working now? What the fuck happened? Oh, there it goes. That works. Okay, confirm. You confirm you want to buy. $2.50. Yeah, I want to buy that. Bum, bum, bum. Isn't that cool? It's got junk. Got junk. Found up. You go to gotjunk.foundups.com. So replace FCC with gotjunk.foundups.com. And you can play around with it. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and jump in the bath. Since I'm the only one here, right? Before my wife gets home. Have a little me time. All right, guys. Thanks for wishing me a Merry Christmas. A happy birthday. You guys have a great day. Stay strong. Fake fuck, fight the fake fuck fake fuck Christians, people loving Nazis. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, spending the time. All right. Thank you, sirs. I'll be on later. I'll be on when I wake up. 12 hours from now. Later. Bye.